I don't want to be alone anymore. I want you, Eska. This reading begins with the Nine of Pentacles, showing the life this person has built up to this point. A life of autonomy, independence, personal achievements, and even a certain level of material and emotional comfort within themselves. This is someone who learned to manage on their own, who didn't rely on anyone to grow, who built their own stability, and who, for a long time, believed that this would be enough. There is a person here who became used to their own company, who developed individual strength, and who may have even valued that freedom as a form of protection. At the same time, this Nine of Pentacles also brings an important realization. Even with all of this, there is a void that independence does not fill. There is a sense that something is missing, that life is not complete with individual achievements alone. The Ten of Wands shows the weight of this realization. This person begins to feel the exhaustion of carrying everything alone, of living without sharing their life, of sustaining a routine where everything depends only on them. What once seemed like freedom begins to feel like loneliness. What once seemed like strength begins to feel heavy. There is a silent emotional burnout here, a sense that no matter how much they have achieved, there is a lack of someone to share it with, someone to divide life with, someone who brings lightness to the journey. This Ten of Wands is not just about responsibility, it is about an emotional accumulation that reaches its limit, someone who no longer wants to carry everything alone. At this point, the Ace of Swords appears, bringing a very strong clarity. This person finally understands something they had been avoiding. They no longer want to be alone. They no longer want to live only for themselves, no longer want to hide behind their independence, no longer want to deny the desire to have someone by their side. This is a moment of truth, of cutting through old patterns, where they admit to themselves that they want a relationship, that they want to love, that they want to give themselves emotionally. And within this clarity, an even more important realization emerges. When they think about who they want to live this with, you are the answer. The King of Wands comes in as the energy of decision and action. This person no longer wants to just feel or think, they want to act. There is determination, courage, and a much more active stance toward their love life. The King of Wands does not wait. He goes after what he wants, takes a stand, and claims it. And this person begins to act in exactly that way. They understand that if they want a serious relationship, they need to take initiative, express themselves, step out of their comfort zone, and make it happen. This reading shows someone who has stopped romanticizing their own solitude and started facing emotional truth. Someone who realized that independence does not replace connection, that achievements do not replace affection, and that living alone is no longer enough for what they now feel. There is a clear shift in mindset, from someone who protected themselves by avoiding bonds to someone who now wants to build a real one. And within this shift, you hold a central place. This person is not just deciding they want a relationship, they are deciding who they want it with. There is a conscious choice here, based not only on feeling, but also on recognition of value, compatibility, and a genuine desire to build something solid. The Ace of Swords reinforces that this decision comes with honesty. This person wants to speak clearly, express themselves without games, and open their heart directly. There is no more space for internal doubt, denial, or delay. There is a strong desire to put everything out in the open. to say what they feel, and to propose something real. The King of Wands shows that they are willing to do whatever it takes to make this happen. There is initiative, emotional leadership, and a willingness to take risks to achieve what they want. This person understands they can no longer wait for things to happen on their own. They know they need to act, take a stand, and fight for what they want. This reading speaks of someone who is tired of living halfway. Someone who realized that life is not just about individual achievements, but also about connection, partnership, and exchange. Someone who understood that love is not a weakness, but a conscious choice, and who is now ready to leave loneliness behind and build something real. There is a very strong energy of decision here. This person does not want to go back, does not want to hide, and does not want to deny what they feel anymore. They want to live, to love, and to share their life. And within that choice, you are seen as the person who makes sense for this new path. This reading shows that the emptiness they felt was not due to a lack of external things, but a lack of real connection. And now that they recognize this, they no longer want to ignore it. On the contrary, they want to turn this realization into action, movement, and a real proposal for a relationship. And that is exactly what begins to take shape here. Someone who decides they no longer want to be alone and who is ready to do whatever it takes to live this love by your side. And if you liked this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your signs videos. I tried to move on, but my great love is you. This reading begins with the King of Pentacles, and it shows exactly the path this person chose to follow for quite some time. A more rational, more practical path, focused on concrete results. They decided that the best thing for their life would be to invest in their own stability, in professional growth, in money, in recognition, in building a solid foundation in the material world. It was a choice that, in their eyes, made sense. It was what seemed safest, smartest, most strategic. They believed that by organizing this area of life, everything else would naturally fall into place. The Queen of Swords reinforces this mental posture. This person began to act in a colder, more analytical, more controlled way. They started cutting off feelings, avoiding deep involvement, protecting themselves emotionally through logic. Whenever something began to affect them too much, they rationalized it, distanced themselves, tried to convince themselves that it wasn't worth going deeper. It was as if they had created an internal defense mechanism, where feeling less seemed like the best way to avoid pain. And for a while, it worked. The Three of Wands shows that they really tried to move forward. They tried to look toward the future, plan new paths, open new possibilities. They allowed themselves to explore other directions, invest in other areas of life, meet new people, live new experiences. There was a real attempt to leave the past behind and build something different, something that did not depend on the connection with you. But even with all these movements, something didn't fit. The Six of Cups begins to appear very strongly within them. The memory of you did not go away. It wasn't just a light memory. It was something constant, something that appeared in the most unexpected moments, something that brought a feeling of familiarity, of comfort, of true connection. This person realized that no matter how much they tried to move forward, there was a bond that did not dissolve. They tried to ignore it. They tried to convince themselves it was over. They tried to focus on other things. But the feeling of longing remained, And more than longing, there was comparison. No other connection seemed to have the same meaning. No other person awakened the same kind of feeling. No other experience brought that sense of alignment, of belonging, of something that truly makes sense. And this began to create a very strong internal conflict, because at the same time that they were achieving things in the material world, they felt incomplete emotionally. The Ten of Cups appears precisely as this realization of what truly matters. This person begins to understand that happiness is not only financial stability, not only recognition, not only status. There is something deeper that they were leaving aside. There is an emotional fulfillment that they could not find anywhere else. They begin to ask themselves, what's the point of having everything organized on the outside if something is still missing inside? What's the point of achieving stability if the heart still feels empty? What's the point of following a perfect plan if it doesn't include what truly brings happiness? And the more they ask these questions, the clearer the answer becomes: you. The Page of Pentacles shows this new beginning forming within them. It is no longer an impulsive energy, no longer a superficial attempt. It is something more conscious, more grounded, more realistic. They understand that if they want to live this connection, they will need to do things differently. They will need to invest, to build, to show through actions, not just feelings. They no longer want to run away. They no longer want to rationalize what they feel. They no longer want to pretend it doesn't matter. This person realizes that they tried to move on, tried to build a life based only on logic, tried to convince themselves that it would be enough, but it wasn't. Because there is something inside them that cannot be ignored, something that cannot be replaced, something that cannot be erased. And that something is directly connected to you. They now understand that love is not a detail, not an optional extra, not something that can be left for later. Love is an essential part of what gives life meaning. And in their case, that love has a name, has a story, has a connection. They may have achieved a lot. They may have grown, evolved, structured their life, but they realize that all of it loses its shine when it is not shared with someone who truly matters. And that is why this reading shows someone returning, not out of need, not out of lack of options, but out of awareness. Awareness that they tried other paths and did not find the same meaning. Awareness that what they feel is real. Awareness that it is useless to run from what is true. This person no longer wants to just exist. They want to feel, they want to live. They want to build something that goes beyond the material. And above all, they want to do that with you. Because in the end, after all the attempts, all the paths, all the rational choices, they realize that the great love of their life never stopped being the same. And if you like this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your sign. Your love is coming back because they know life is better with you. The Seven of Cups opens this reading showing the confused mental state this person lived in for a long time. There were many options, many distractions, many responsibilities, and external expectations competing for space inside them. Everything seemed urgent. Everything seemed to need an immediate decision. And in the middle of this excess, the connection with the querent ended up being placed on the same level as practical problems, pending issues, and rational choices. This person tried to fit the feeling into mental boxes, tried to reduce love to just another item on the list, something to be dealt with later, when there was more time, when life was more organized. But the Seven of Cups shows that the more they tried to simplify, the more confused they became. That's savvy. Because true feeling does not accept being treated as background noise. The Two of Swords reveals the block that formed from this. This person became paralyzed between two positions. On one side, the desire to move forward, to choose the more practical, safer, more predictable path. On the other, the uncomfortable feeling that they were ignoring something essential, something that could not simply be discarded. They temporarily closed their heart in order to function, made cold decisions, cut off emotions, put a blindfold over their own feelings so they would not have to face them. It was not a lack of love. It was fear of making an already overwhelming life even more complicated. The King of Swords shows how this person tried to deal with everything in an extremely rational way. They convinced themselves that they needed to be logical, objective, firm. They believed that maturing meant eliminating emotional doubts, cutting out excess, focusing on what seemed most concrete. And in that process, the connection with the querent began to be seen as something that demanded an answer, a decision, a definition, something they did not feel ready to give at that moment. That is why they postponed. That is why they fell silent. That is why they even considered turning the page for good, believing that would create less internal conflict. But the Eight of Cups shows the breaking point of this strategy. Even trying to move on, even trying to distance themselves emotionally, this person never felt fulfilled. Something always seemed to be missing. They left situations, closed cycles, sought other experiences, but none brought the sense of completeness they believed would come once life was resolved. The Eight of Cups here is not an abandonment of love, but an abandonment of illusions. They realized they were walking away from themselves, leaving behind something that had real, deep, quiet, yet extremely true value. The King of Wands marks the moment this person recovers their inner flame. There is a decision here that comes from the heart, but also from identity. They understand that running from what they feel is not strength, it is fear. That hiding behind reason does not resolve the longing, does not erase the connection, does not replace the presence of the querent. The King of Wands brings courage, initiative, and the will to act. This person begins to feel enthusiasm for life again when they imagine returning, talking, resolving things, facing what was left unfinished. They understand they need to take a stand, own what they feel, and leave the comfortable place of omission. The Eight of Pentacles closes the reading, showing that this return is neither impulsive nor empty. This person does not want to simply reappear out of need or nostalgia. They want to build something different from what existed before. They want to dedicate themselves, learn from their mistakes, and do better. There is a commitment here to the process, to care, to real emotional investment. They know that the connection with the querent is not something resolved with a pretty sentence or a rushed request. It requires presence, consistency, and real effort. Over time, this person realized that the querent was never a problem in their life, never a burden, never an obstacle. On the contrary, life without the querent became empty, dull, lacking meaning. The attempt to simplify by eliminating love did not work. The attempt to pretend it was better this way failed. Today, they see clearly that the best version of their life was tied to the querent's presence, to the way you made everything feel lighter, more real, more human. There is longing, But there is also regret for not having acted sooner, for having treated something precious as if it were disposable, for having confused maturity with coldness. Now, this person understands that maturity is the courage to take responsibility for what you feel, even when life is not perfect. And that is why they are coming back. Not to run from problems, but to resolve them. Not to erase the past, but to transform it into learning. Not to pretend nothing happened, but to acknowledge that what happened showed exactly what truly matters. They know that where they are now is not better than where they were by the querent's side. And this awareness changes everything. The return comes filled with truth, intention, and the desire to do things differently. Because now they know, without any doubt, that the love they tried to leave behind was precisely what gave meaning to the entire journey. And if you liked this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the updates of the readings for your zodiac sign. I'm exhausted. I can't get you out of my head. I want to come back to you now. The Five of Pentacles opens this reading by showing the deep emptiness that took over this person's life after the separation. There is a constant feeling of loss, of loneliness, of walking through cold, colorless days. This person feels that something essential was ripped out of their life, as if they lost warmth, motivation, and purpose. The Five of Pentacles speaks of silent nights, with repetitive thoughts, and a sadness that does not pass because your absence weighs on everything. Nothing fills the void. Nothing truly distracts them. Even trying to move on, the feeling is always that something is missing, and that something is you. Right after that, the Two of Swords appears, revealing the inner conflict this person lived with for a long time. They tried to rationalize, tried to block their feelings, tried to convince themselves that moving on would be best. They closed their eyes to their heart, built emotional barriers, and pretended neutrality. The Two of Swords shows someone who refused to choose, who became paralyzed between going and staying, loving and giving up, feeling and denying. But this stance only increased the pain. The more they tried to shut down, the stronger the longing became. The tarot goes even deeper into this emotional state with the Four of Cups. This card reveals apathy, boredom, and disinterest in life itself. This person lost the spark for things that once seemed enough. Conversations no longer excite, encounters do not satisfy, and daily life has become extremely dull, predictable, and empty. The Four of Cups shows someone looking at their own life and feeling that everything is lukewarm, without shine, without emotion. Nothing replaces the connection that existed with you. Nothing awakens the heart the way you did. Then the Page of Wands appears, bringing the restlessness that begins to grow inside this person. This card shows the impulse to change, to act, to do something different. Even amid sadness, a flame of desire for movement, novelty, and renewal is born. The Page of Wands reveals constant thoughts about you, memories that appear out of nowhere, the urge to send a message, to show up, to talk. This person feels they need to do something because continuing like this is no longer bearable. The heart begins to scream for action. But before acting, the tarot shows the mental weight that still imprisons this person with the Eight of Swords. This card represents the feeling of being trapped in one's own thoughts, guilt, fears, and insecurities. They ask themselves if there is still a chance, if you still want them, if it is too late. The Eight of Swords shows someone who creates mental prisons, who sabotages themselves with doubts and fears. But it also shows that these prisons are not real. They are built by the mind. Deep down, the path is open, but fear still tries to block the step. At this point, the energy completely shifts with the arrival of the Fool. This card brings liberation, courage, and a new beginning. The Fool shows the moment when this person gets tired of overthinking and decides to feel, decides to take a risk, decides to leave stagnation behind and try something new, even without guarantees, even with fear. The Fool is the inner cry that says, "Enough. I can't live like this anymore." This person realizes they cannot continue trapped in sadness, longing, and an empty routine. They understand they must act, even without knowing exactly how everything will unfold. Then, as a divine confirmation, the Wheel of Fortune appears. This card shows that the cycle of suffering is coming to an end. Destiny begins to turn again. What was stuck starts to move. The Wheel of Fortune reveals that this desire to return does not arise by chance. It is the right time. Life is pushing this person out of stagnation, offering a real chance for change. This card speaks of destiny, of fated reunions, of situations that return because they are not yet finished. The wheel indicates that this story still has chapters to be lived. This reading makes it very clear that this person tried to forget, tried to distract themselves, tried to move on, tried to convince themselves they could live without you. But they failed. They failed because the feeling is real. They failed because the connection is deep. They failed because you do not leave their mind, their heart, their energy. Everything became boring, repetitive, dull. Life lost its vibration, and that made them finally admit the truth they had been avoiding. They miss you every single day. The Five of Pentacles shows the pain of absence. The Two of Swords shows the denial of feelings. The Four of Cups shows boredom and emptiness. The Page of Wands shows the desire to act. The Eight of Swords shows the fear that still binds. The Fool shows the courage to change. The Wheel of Fortune shows the cycle closing. This person is tired. Tired of pretending. Tired of denying. Tired of living a life without emotion. They can't get you out of their head. They can't erase what they feel. They can't go on as if nothing ever existed. That's why they decide to return and try, to return and renew, to return and bring novelty, movement, and truth. They want to end the cycle of sadness, stagnation, and unhappiness. They want to change the story. They want to give a new chance to what they feel. Because deep down, they know life only makes sense again when you are in it. And if you enjoyed this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the updates for your sign. When the cards open before me, it feels as if the entire universe is whispering a truth that can no longer be hidden. This person has discovered that you are the love of their life, and the cards appear as witnesses to this revelation. The Chariot comes first, powerful, carrying the energy of someone who finally knows where they must go. It is the card of movement, of conscious choice, of strength that breaks through barriers and no longer looks back. This person has understood that there is no more time to delay, no more space for self-deception, no other paths that make sense except the one that leads to you. The Chariot speaks of decision, of victory, of direction, and their heart is now guided by the certainty that you are their destination. Next comes the Fool, and here lies the essence of true love. The courage to leap without fear, to risk everything for what makes the heart beat faster. This card speaks of the freedom found in authentic love, of the desire to start fresh, leaving behind insecurities and shadows of the past. It is as though this person has reached the point of realizing that the only true madness would be not to live this love. The Fool shows that they want to leap toward you, even without guarantees, even without knowing all the details of the future. Because their heart shouts louder than any doubt. And then the sun shines at the center of this reading, bringing the clearest and brightest confirmation the tarot can offer. The sun is the card of truth, joy, fulfillment, of love that does not hide. It shows that you are the light that illuminates this person's days, that your presence is warmth, life, completeness. The sun dissolves every shadow, every insecurity, every uncertainty. This card is the most powerful yes from the universe. The answer that you are indeed the great love. The reason this person feels the desire to live fully. As I look at these cards, I also feel the presence of other spiritual energies manifesting. I see the star of the soul, confirming that this connection is guided by destiny, that you were placed in each other's paths for a higher purpose. I also see the golden bond, showing that no matter the distance or separations, the connection was never broken, only strengthened by time and longing. And I sense the rose of eternity, which blooms even under the hardest conditions, symbolizing that this love endures, remains, and expands no matter what happens. What this reading reveals is intense and profound. This person has discovered that you are the love of their life. The Chariot shows that they are ready to move. The Fool confirms that they are willing to surrender without fear. And the Sun seals the truth that you are the light warming their heart. The universe speaks clearly and undeniably. You are the only one, the special one, the irreplaceable one. This discovery is not fleeting. It is not doubt. It is certainty. This person now knows they may have tried to run, may have been confused, may have taken time to realize. But today, their heart knows no other truth than this. You are the love of their life, and nothing can change that. This person urgently wants to tell you this. Come see when the cards reveal themselves before me. I feel as if a wave of emotion and urgency crosses the space, as if this person were right here, so close, heart racing, trying to find the right words to express everything they feel. The Five of Swords shows that there were misunderstandings, things said in the heat of the moment, or silences that weighed too heavily. But then, judgment emerges as a calling, a deep desire to clear everything up, to open the heart and transform any hurt into understanding and reconciliation. The Four of Cups reveals that this person can no longer bear to pretend they're fine without you. They miss you even in the smallest details, and it has made them realize that no other smile, no other presence can fill the space that belongs only to you. The Six of Pentacles shows that now they want balance, to exchange affection and care, to give back everything they received, and even more, as if they finally understood the value of this true exchange. The Magician appears shining, showing that this person is gathering courage and resources to take action. And the Wheel of Fortune brings confirmation that destiny is about to turn in your favor. Something unexpected, but which will mark the beginning of a new chapter. The Fool comes with that light, passionate energy, wanting to dive in wholeheartedly, without hesitation. But then the Tower shows that something inside them has already collapsed. The defenses, the excuses, the resistance. The Hanged Man reveals they have reflected enough and now understand what truly matters. The Empress is you in this spread, the essence that inspires, nurtures, and gives meaning to their life. The Four of Wands arrives as a scene of celebration and reunion, and the High Priestess confirms there is a deep spiritual bond guiding every step toward this reconnection. And among the cards that softly appear in my field of vision, I also see the Eternal Flame, a card that speaks of feelings that never fade. They only transform and return stronger. And the Garden of Meeting, showing that the universe is preparing the perfect place and the right moment for this conversation to finally happen. What this person urgently wants to tell you is that they don't want to waste any more time, that they miss you in every detail, and that all they desire now is to start again with love, commitment, and the certainty that you belong to each other. Urgent. This is what the love of your life wants you to know right now. The King of Swords opens this reading, bringing full awareness of responsibility. This person knows, without any doubt, that it is in their hands to unlock this connection. They understand that you are waiting for an action, a definition, a clear movement. The King of Swords speaks of someone who no longer runs from the truth. There is no self-deception here. There is clarity, mental maturity, and the understanding that decisions must be made with courage and coherence. This person knows they can no longer postpone or leave to fate what depends directly on them. Alongside this rational clarity, the Page of Cups appears, showing that despite the firm posture, the heart is sensitive, open, and vulnerable. This person feels deeply. They feel affection, tenderness, and a desire to approach gently. The Page of Cups reveals someone who wants to express themselves honestly, but also carefully. There is fear of making mistakes, of hurting, of arriving at the wrong time. That is why this person does not want to act impulsively. They want to act with emotional truth. The Ace of Pentacles appears as the central motivation behind all of this, the real chance to build something solid with you. This person sees this connection as a concrete opportunity, something that can grow, prosper, and become lasting. The Ace of Pentacles speaks of a possible, stable, grounded relationship that can turn into a life partnership. It is not fantasy. It is not an empty promise. It is something they believe can be built with effort, presence, and commitment. Before that, however, the Ten of Wands appears, revealing the weight this person is currently carrying. They are overloaded, tired, dealing with accumulated responsibilities, pending issues, and situations that have dragged on for too long. The Ten of Wands shows that they understand they cannot begin something new while carrying all of this on their back. That is why they are closing cycles, releasing burdens, and letting go of everything that no longer adds value to their life. It is not avoidance. It is organization. They want to come to you whole, not exhausted. Next comes the Magician, showing the active movement this person is making to transform their own reality. The Magician speaks of conscious action, of someone who takes ownership of their power to create, decide, and change. This person is not waiting for miracles. They are making things happen. They are working on self-esteem, emotional stability, and organizing their life. They understand that to live this connection, they must first align themselves internally. The Magician shows that they are using all the tools they have to prepare for this relationship. The Six of Wands appears, bringing the vision of success. This person imagines themselves by your side, claiming this relationship, feeling proud of this choice, and being recognized for it. The Six of Wands speaks of the desire for emotional victory, of reaching you with security, confidence, and clarity. They want to do this the right way, to arrive well, and for this union to be celebrated, rather than marked by doubts or insecurities. And then the Nine of Cups closes the reading, revealing what truly motivates this person: true happiness. The Nine of Cups speaks of a wish fulfilled, emotional satisfaction, and the feeling of finally being in the right place with the right person. This person understands that being with you represents joy, fulfillment, and inner peace. It is not just about wanting to be together. It is about wanting to be truly happy in a mature and conscious way. This reading shows someone who knows the responsibility is theirs. Who knows you are waiting for an action? Who knows they can no longer delay? But it also shows someone who does not want to arrive in just any way. They want to arrive well. They want to arrive whole. They want to arrive with foundation, structure, and emotional balance. The King of Swords shows awareness of the decision. The Page of Cups shows a sensitive heart. The Ace of Pentacles shows the real opportunity. The Ten of Wands shows the weight being left behind. The Magician shows action and transformation. The Six of Wands shows the vision of success. The Nine of Cups shows the desire for true happiness. This person is doing what needs to be done. They are closing stories that no longer make sense. They are releasing old burdens. They are reorganizing themselves inside and out, because they know this connection is worth the effort. They know you deserve a balanced, secure, and present version of them. They know it is in their hands, and they are taking responsibility for it. Not with empty haste, but with responsibility, truth, and real intention. They are working hard to reach you in the best way possible, because they want to stay, they want to build, and they want to do it the right way. And if you like this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the end. I'm finally free. I came back, and I came back to stay. When these cards open, the energy that moves through the field is a powerful mix of liberation, rebirth, and a definitive decision. The story that appears here is the story of someone who finally broke away from everything that held them back, everything that pushed them off their own path, everything that prevented this love from happening. The title of this reading vibrates like a cry of victory, like someone stepping out of their own shadows to breathe for the first time. I'm finally free. I came back, and I came back to stay. And every card confirms this truth with strength and clarity. The first energy that manifests is the Three of Cups, revealing that there truly was a third person, a third influence, a third energy that directly interfered in this person's life. This energy, often filled with emotional manipulation, control, pressure, guilt, fear, or even dependency, kept this soul stuck in a place that no longer had life. The Three of Cups here appears as the symbol of this interference, but also as the symbol of liberation, because it appears in a reading where everything has already been broken. This person has already made the decision. They have already walked away. They have already closed the door. They have already ended a cycle that had long been delaying their path toward your life. And that's exactly why the second card is the Nine of Cups. This card is emotional fulfillment, wishes coming true, inner joy that rises when someone chooses their own happiness above all else. The Nine of Cups shows that this person finally understood they deserve to be happy, that they deserve to live a true love, that they deserve to choose someone who brings peace, connection, affection, truth, and that person is you. This card represents a moment of emotional clarity, as if they finally woke up from a long sleep and realized they were living a life that did not match what their heart truly wanted. Now they are ready to choose love, their love for you. But before this transformation could happen, the tarot reveals that an intense process was necessary, and that's where the Tower appears. The Tower shows the abrupt breakup, the inevitable end, the collapse of a cycle that was already rotten on the inside. This card indicates that this person's previous relationship, or the interference they were living under, had to fall apart strongly, shockingly, or definitively. There may have been arguments, discoveries, revelations, confrontations, emotional explosions. The Tower is the moment when truth appears with such force that nothing can hide it anymore. And this person had to go through this collapse to finally break free. It was painful, yes, but it was necessary. The Tower breaking down what no longer serves is what allows the new to finally happen. And the confirmation of this ending appears even more strongly with the Ten of Swords. This card shows a total end, an ending that cannot be undone, a definitive ending. It represents the moment when a person says, "Enough, never again." The Ten of Swords shows that this person has put a final period on everything that held them back. Whether it was a relationship, family interference, a toxic energy, a possessive person, a worn-out connection, or an unhealthy emotional cycle. This card says that this person didn't just walk away. They closed the door, locked it, and threw away the key. The end was painful, but it brought liberation. Now they are completely free emotionally, spiritually, and energetically. After this deep ending, the energy of the Seven of Wands arrives, showing the inner strength this person needed to defend themselves, take a stand, and hold their decision firmly. The Seven of Wands represents boundaries. Boundaries this person never had the courage to set before. It is the card of standing up for their own heart, their own path, their own truth. For a long time, they gave in, tolerated, waited, kept quiet, and erased themselves. But now with the Seven of Wands, they are saying no. No to interference. No to pain. No to the old cycle. No to manipulation. They now stand strong for themselves and protect their right to love the one they truly love, you. And finally, the card that changes everything appears, the Chariot. This is the card of action, firm decision, determined movement. The Chariot shows someone coming toward you with full force, with clarity, with certainty, with purpose. This person knows what they want. They know where they are going. They know they are going to you. This card is the energy of return, of advance, of pursuit. This is someone who is now free, light, determined, and ready to act. The Chariot shows that this person will come to you, will talk to you, will want to see you, explain everything, open up, and commit. After so much internal chaos, so much suffering, so much resistance, this person finally understands something simple and profound. Their happiness is you, nothing else. The tarot reveals that the universe is supporting this movement. I see the invisible sun, symbolizing clarity, new beginnings, and truth. I see the golden rose of liberation, showing that this person truly left a very difficult emotional cycle. And I see the portal of transformation, indicating that you both are in the exact moment when destiny opens the path for this union to happen. Did this person take long? Yes. Was there innards? Yes. Yes. Was there fear? Yes. Was there resistance? Yes. But now all of that is over. It is the Three of Cups dissolving, the Nine of Cups bringing joy, the Tower breaking the old, the Ten of Swords ending the cycle, the Seven of Wands protecting the decision, the Chariot moving toward the love. You. This person is coming back, firmly, consciously, and permanently. They are coming back because they are free. They are coming back because they chose you. They are coming back because their life only makes sense at your side. And if you enjoyed this and want to keep receiving updates for your sign, subscribe to the channel and leave your like. See you in the next reading. Today, while shuffling the cards, the energy that came through was a deep mix of hope and fear. As if the heart truly wants to believe that reconciliation is possible, but at the same time, it's afraid of being deceived again, afraid of getting hurt, afraid of dreaming too high and falling once more into the other person's silence. And if you're here listening to this reading, it's because something inside you still feels this connection, because you still ask yourself, deep in your soul, is the universe conspiring in favor of this reconciliation? Or is it all just my own desire? The first card that came out was the Divine Connection card, and with it came a shiver. This card shows that this relationship wasn't just any encounter. It was a soul recognition. It was energy that intertwined, and that's why it hurts so much to be apart. Because it wasn't just physical, it wasn't just logical, it was spiritual. And when two souls meet with such depth, the universe doesn't ignore it. It watches, it records, and it acts, even when you don't realize it. Next came the Creative Void card. This card speaks of the current moment, the one where nothing seems to be happening. That silence that screams, that absence that weighs heavily, that waiting that exhausts. But the universe wants to show you something with this. The void is also part of the process. It's in silence that the seed germinates. It's in absence that the other realizes the value of your presence. It's in the emptiness that true love is revealed. Then came the Two Paths card, and here the universe speaks clearly. Reconciliation is possible, but it's not guaranteed. It depends on choices, on decisions that still need to be made. This person is still divided, in doubt, in conflict. There's a part of them that truly wants to come back, that misses you, that recognizes what was lost. But there's also a part that is afraid of repeating the same mistakes, afraid of not being enough, afraid of hurting you again, or getting hurt. The Karmic Purification card appeared next, bringing a very important revelation. This relationship, as intense and beautiful as it was, carries pain from past lives. Yes, there is karma here, but not as punishment. As a lesson. You came together to heal something, to break patterns, to free yourselves from limiting beliefs, to learn to love more consciously. That's why everything was so intense, so confusing, so deep. The universe didn't unite you with this person by chance, and it didn't separate you out of cruelty. There's a greater purpose behind all of this. Then I pulled 3 more cards that came together. The Falling Mask, the Gaze of Forgiveness, and the Extended Hand. These cards showed me that the universe wants the truth to come to light. It wants this person to remove the mask, to admit how they feel, to recognize what they've done, to ask for forgiveness, not just with words, but with actions, with surrender, with humility. And it wants you to look with compassion, not illusion. To forgive if it's in your heart, but not to lose yourself again. Not to accept crumbs. not to abandon yourself just to have the other person back. The soul choice card fell right in the middle of the reading like a strong sign. The universe is telling you that this reconciliation can happen, but it must be a real choice. Not out of loneliness, not out of impulse, not out of fear of being alone, but because of mature love, because of awareness, because of mutual desire to build something better, to do it differently this time. And then came a deeply emotional card, the silent love card. It confirms that he or she still feels a lot, still thinks of you, still dreams of your presence, but remains in silence, is stuck, is fighting against their own heart. And the universe wants to show you that even if you hear nothing right now, even if everything seems frozen, this feeling still lives. It is alive within them. But it needs time. It needs clarity. It needs courage. Next came the Dance of the Souls card, showing that your souls are still dancing together on the spiritual plane. There's still an exchange, a connection, a shared vibration. And even from afar, you still touch each other, in dreams, in thoughts, in intuition. This isn't over. It still pulses. But the universe also wants you to look within. That's why the Sacred Mirror card appeared. It speaks about seeing yourself, loving yourself, taking care of yourself. Because before reconciling with the other comes the reconciliation with yourself. Before accepting the other back, you need to know what you deserve, what you truly want, what you no longer accept. Because otherwise, the cycle repeats, and the universe doesn't want to see you suffer again. It wants to see you whole, strong, at peace. And to close, 3 powerful cards appeared: the Key to the Heart, the Portal of New Beginnings, and the Divine Clock. The Key to the Heart shows that you still hold the key to this love, that he or she still keeps you in their heart. The Portal of New Beginnings says a new phase is available, but only if both enter it with truth. And the Divine Clock, this one is the most powerful. It says everything will happen at the right time, not before, not after, when both are ready, when the heart is clean, when the soul is at peace. So, what does the universe want to show you about this reconciliation? That it's possible, that it's being prepared, but it requires growth, clarity, and truth. And above all, you deserve a love that stays, that fights, that heals. And if it's meant to be, it will be. In the right time, in the right way. I had many traumas from my past, and I projected them onto our connection water. Temperance opens this reading as the symbol of the time that was necessary for this person to reach inner balance. Nothing here happened by chance or because of a meaningless delay. This card shows us that life needed to slow this person down, blend emotions, heal extremes, and teach patience. They went through phases of emotional excess, broken expectations, and repeated frustrations, and this led them to build emotional armor. Temperance speaks of a slow, deep, and inevitable process of maturation, in which this person had to learn to trust again, first in themselves, and then in the real possibility of love. The High Priestess appears, revealing how this person spent a long time emotionally closed off. They kept feelings inside, silenced pain, and observed everything from a distance without allowing themselves to dive in. Fear of repeating old patterns made them extremely cautious, distrustful, and introspective. Inside them, there was enormous sensitivity, but also deep suspicion. They believed that loving meant suffering, that opening up meant losing control, and that bonds would always end in disappointment. Because of this, when they met you, they felt something different, but they did not immediately know how to identify what it meant. The Four of Cups shows exactly this emotional state when the connection emerged. This person was emotionally closed, tired of expectations, and disillusioned with love. Even in the presence of something rare, beautiful, and sincere, they struggled to recognize its value. Not because of lack of feeling, but because of excess fear. They were so trapped in past experiences that they could not see the present clearly. Everything seemed at risk of becoming just another frustration, another story that would start well and end in pain. The Sun enters this reading as the turning point. Little by little, this person began to realize that the connection with you did not follow the same pattern as previous relationships. There was lightness, truth, transparency, and a sense of emotional safety they had never known before. The Sun brings clarity, joy, and awareness. This person began to understand they were projecting old wounds onto a relationship that was not responsible for those pains. For the first time, they realized that love did not need to be heavy, complicated, or destructive to be real. The Page of Pentacles shows the beginning of a new mindset. This person started to relearn how to love, like someone relearning something essential, with more humility, more attention, and a greater desire to build something solid from the ground up. The Page of Pentacles speaks of someone who now wants to do things differently, wants to invest consciously, wants to learn from their mistakes, and does not want to repeat old patterns. There is a genuine willingness here to grow emotionally and to treat this connection with the care it deserves. Death appears as the most important card in this transformation. It represents the definitive ending of a negative view of love. This person had to let die the belief that every relationship ends in betrayal, conflict, or frustration. They had to release the identity of someone who always gets hurt when they love. Death speaks of a deep, painful, but necessary liberation. This person understood that continuing to carry these beliefs only pushed them further away from the happiness they desired. The Five of Cups reveals the emotional mourning that came with this realization. There is regret for not having recognized earlier how rare the connection with you was. There is sadness for lost time, for emotional distance, and for not valuing something so special when they had the chance. This card speaks of someone who looks back and realizes they let something important slip away because of fear. But it also shows that even with losses, there are still full cups. There is still hope. There is still love. The Six of Cups reinforces that this connection was never superficial. There is a soul bond, a deep recognition that goes beyond this lifetime. This person feels as if they know you from other times, other planes, as if the soul recognizes something familiar, safe, and true. The Six of Cups speaks of emotional purity, of sincere love, without games and without hidden intentions. That is why this connection survived time, silence, and doubt. Then the Knight of Swords appears, bringing movement, decision, and action. After all this inner work, this person no longer wants to remain still. They feel the need to speak, explain, position themselves, and act. The Knight of Swords speaks of someone who has finally organized their thoughts, gained clarity, and decided not to run away from their feelings anymore. There is urgency to speak the truth, to talk to you, and to not let fear dictate their choices again. This reading speaks of someone who had to rebuild themselves emotionally before they could see love with different eyes. Someone who confused protection with emotional shutdown, caution with denial, and fear with rationality. but who now understands that the connection with you was never just another ordinary story. From the beginning, it was something rare, deep, and transformative. What changed was not the feeling. What changed was awareness. This person finally understood that they cannot punish the present for the mistakes of the past, that they cannot project old wounds onto a love that arrives to heal, not to hurt. Now they understand that the connection with you does not ask for distrust. It asks for conscious surrender. There is the closing of a cycle of excessive self-protection here and the beginning of a cycle of emotional courage. This person learned that loving is not losing control. It is choosing with maturity. And now, with a more balanced heart, a clearer mind, and a more open soul, they feel ready to honor this connection as it always deserved. And if you like this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel for more updates in the upcoming videos for your zodiac sign. I finished everything that was holding me back in another story. This reading begins with death, and it already brings a very direct message. There was a real ending. It is not a partial distancing. It is not doubt. It is not that unresolved situation that keeps going back and forth. Here there is an ending. There is a cut. There is a decision not to continue something that no longer made sense. And this was not easy, because what this person is ending was not something recent or superficial. It was an old structure, something that had been part of their life for a long time, something that involved commitment, routine, expectations, and even an identity built around it. The Hierophant confirms exactly that. This old bond was not just any relationship. It was something sustained by rules, by patterns, by what seemed right in the eyes of others. It may have involved family, it may have involved marriage, it may have involved a structure that externally seemed solid and respectable. There was a very strong sense of obligation. This person believed they had to remain there, that breaking it would be wrong, that leaving this structure would mean disappointing people, breaking expectations, damaging an image that took years to build. And that's where the devil comes in, showing the other side of this story. Despite appearing stable on the outside, inside this relationship had already become a prison. There was attachment, there was dependency, there was fear of leaving, there was a constant feeling of being stuck in something that no longer felt good. The devil shows that this person felt limited, suffocated, trapped in a dynamic that no longer brought happiness, but was still maintained out of fear, habit, and convenience. They knew deep down that they were not happy, knew that there was no longer a true connection, knew that they were sustaining something that had already ended emotionally. But the Four of Pentacles shows why it took so long to leave. There was attachment to stability, attachment to what was already known, attachment to the security of not having to start over. There was fear of losing everything that had been built, fear of facing the new, fear of being alone, fear of being judged. So they held on for a long time to something that no longer made sense. But over time, that attachment started to weigh more than it protected. The Two of Wands shows the moment when they begin to look at their life more broadly. They start to question whether they really want to continue on that path. They begin to see other possibilities. They begin to realize that there is a life beyond that structure they believed was mandatory. And most importantly, they begin to understand that staying there was no longer a conscious choice. It was just repetition of a pattern. And that's when the illusion begins to fall. They realize they were not obligated to stay, that they did not have to live an entire life based only on others' expectations, that it made no sense to sustain an image if inside there was no longer truth. The devil, which once represented a prison, now begins to represent liberation through awareness. They see the chains, and when you see them, you can no longer pretend you are not trapped. Then death comes, bringing the definitive cut. They decide to end it, decide to stop sustaining what no longer exists, decide to stop living a life that is no longer theirs, decide to break away from what existed only in appearance. And this requires courage, because it is not just leaving a relationship, it is leaving an identity. It is stepping out of a role they played for a long time. It is leaving behind a version of themselves that no longer represents who they have become. And it is in this space that the Two of Cups enters very strongly. Because at the same time that they end an empty story, they recognize a true connection. They realize that what they feel for you is different. It is not based on obligation. It is not based on appearance. It is not based on convenience. It is based on real feeling, genuine exchange, emotional affinity. The Two of Cups shows that this connection did not arise by chance. It arose as contrast. It arose to show what was missing. It arose to make them realize that love is not just coexistence, not just practical partnership, not just stability. Love is connection, admiration, the desire to be together. And when they compare, there is no doubt. What they had before was structure without soul. What they feel now is soul with the potential to be built. This person wants you to know that they are no longer trapped, that they are no longer divided, that they are no longer living two realities. They have finished what needed to be finished. Not out of impulse, but out of awareness. Not out of lack, but out of truth. They understand that it took time. They understand that they stayed too long in something that no longer made sense. But they also understand that they needed to go through this process to be sure of what they wanted. Now they no longer want to sustain a mask. They no longer want to live to please others. They no longer want to remain in something just because it looks right. They want to live something that is true. And that truth points to you. This reading shows someone who has freed themselves from an emotional prison, who has ended an important cycle, and who now wants to start again in a clean, conscious way, aligned with what they truly feel. Because after so much time trapped, they finally understood that living without truth is a silent way of losing oneself. And now they choose to find themselves again, and to do so beside the one who truly makes sense. And if you like this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your zodiac sign. This person didn't act toward you before because they were committed, but not anymore. This reading begins with the Wheel of Fortune, showing that this connection has gone through very different phases until reaching the present moment. Nothing between you was simple or linear, because there were very strong external circumstances directly interfering with the flow of this story. The Wheel of Fortune speaks of inevitable changes, cycles that begin and end, situations that need to mature before they can finally align. And this person understands today that when they met you, their life was still tied to a cycle that needed to end before any new story could truly begin. The Hanged Man shows exactly the emotional state they were in during that period. This person felt stuck, paralyzed, and extremely divided between what they felt and what they believed was their obligation at that moment. There was a very strong connection with you, an intense attraction and emotional excitement that deeply moved them. But at the same time, there was a previous commitment, an already established relationship, and all the emotional responsibility connected to it. And that is exactly where the paralysis began, because this person did not want to act impulsively, did not want to abandon everything without thinking, did not want to risk making a rushed decision and later regretting it. So they chose not to act, chose to hold themselves back, chose to try to ignore what they felt, even though it was hurting them internally. The Ace of Wands shows that despite the external restraint, the feelings for you were never weak. There was desire, enthusiasm, a wish to live this connection, and a very strong feeling of renewal whenever they thought about you. The Ace of Wands speaks of a living, intense energy full of potential, as if you had awakened something inside them that had been asleep for a very long time. This person felt alive around you, felt excitement, passion, curiosity, and a genuine desire to experience something different. But the Hanged Man shows that they tried to block all of this for a long time, tried to rationalize it, tried to control it, tried to pretend they could continue living the same way. But the Wheel of Fortune indicates that cycles that have already ended emotionally cannot be sustained forever. And as time passed, this person began to realize that the old relationship no longer had truth, no longer had depth, and no longer had a real future. They realized they were insisting on something that had emotionally ended a long time ago. And this awareness began to change everything. The Chariot appears exactly as the moment they decide to stop being stuck and finally begin to act. The Chariot speaks of movement, decision, courage, and direction. This person understands that they have already thought too much, held back too much, and postponed what they feel for too long. There is now a very strong energy of reclaiming movement, like someone who finally chooses a path and decides to follow it without remaining paralyzed by fear or guilt. This reading shows someone who matured emotionally a great deal during this process. Because at the beginning, they truly believed they needed to continue sustaining that previous relationship only out of commitment, responsibility, or fear of hurting someone. But time showed that staying in something without truth also hurts, also wears people down, and also creates suffering for everyone involved. The Wheel of Fortune shows that this person began to understand that there is no point insisting on finished cycles simply out of comfort or fear of change. And the Chariot shows that now they are ready to do what they could not do before: follow their heart. The Emperor strongly reinforces this new attitude. This person no longer wants to act in a confusing, hidden, or indecisive way. There is a much firmer, more mature, and more structured energy here. The Emperor shows someone who wants to take responsibility for their own choices, someone who wants to position themselves clearly and no longer wishes to remain emotionally divided. This person understands today that their biggest mistake was not feeling something for you. It was trying to ignore that feeling for so long. It was trying to maintain a structure that was already emotionally empty. It was believing they could control what their soul had already chosen. And now that the previous cycle has ended, there is a very strong feeling of emotional liberation. The Hanged Man loses strength because the same blockage no longer exists. The Chariot shows movement happening. The Emperor shows the maturity behind this decision. And the Ace of Wands continues revealing that the feeling remains alive, intense, and full of desire to happen. This reading speaks of someone who could not act before because they truly were trapped by important circumstances in their own life. But it also speaks of someone who now understands that remaining tied to the past would only prevent their own happiness. And because of that, there is a very strong tendency toward return, reconnection, and emotional openness. This person wants to talk, wants to confess their feelings, wants to act more transparently, wants to finally live what they tried to control for so long. The Six of Wands also shows that confidence is growing inside them. Confidence that they made the right decision by ending the previous cycle. Confidence that they can now live something more genuine. And confidence that this connection with you deserves a real chance to happen. This reading makes it very clear that the previous distance did not happen because of a lack of feeling. Quite the opposite. The feeling itself was the problem, because it was too strong to ignore, and now this person no longer wants to run from it. They want to embrace it, want to live it, want to build it, and want to do it in an open, mature, and genuine way by your side. And if you enjoyed this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on the energies of your sign. This person is completely in love and regretful, afraid of having lost a great chance with you. When I open these cards before me, the first sensation that invades the field is of a restless heart, as if caught between hope and fear, between the desire to run to you and the insecurity of no longer being welcomed. The title already reveals the soul of this reading. This person is completely in love and regretful, afraid of having lost a great chance with you. And each card confirms this energy, showing a love story that still beats, but that also carries regrets, silences, and fears that maybe it took too long to act. The first card to appear is the Six of Pentacles. This is the card of exchange, of reciprocity, of give and take. It reveals that this person now looks back and realizes that many times balance did not exist between you. Perhaps in some moments they closed off, didn't give the attention you deserved. Expected more from you than they gave in return. And this weighs heavily now as deep regret, because what their heart desires is exactly the opposite: to build a relationship of balance, generosity, mutual care. The Six of Pentacles shows that this person wants to repair the imbalances of the past and give you certainty that today they want to share, to give what they feel, to reciprocate the love that was always there. Right after, the Five of Wands brings out the energy of fights, misunderstandings, and confusion that stood in your way. This card shows disputes, misinterpretations, situations where different opinions built walls instead of bridges. Many times there were outside interferences, external energies, people who meddled and created noise. This person now recognizes how much that all weighed down, how much it disrupted the natural flow of your connection. And more than that, they feel they could have acted differently, avoided so many arguments, chosen the path of peace and not of battle. The Five of Wands shows the regret of someone who now understands that love should have been refuge, not battlefield. The Four of Pentacles appears next, revealing the root of many of these problems: attachment, fear of loss, jealousy, the attempt to control. This card shows that at times, this person held on too tightly, wanted to keep everything in their own hands, and that created suffocation, disagreements, insecurities. The Four of Pentacles is the reminder that in trying not to lose you, they ended up, without realizing it, pushing you away. Today, they look at this with shame and regret, understanding that fear made them act wrong. And now they fear that this attachment has pushed you too far away. And then the High Priestess emerges, bringing the energy of silence, introspection, of what was never said. This card shows that this person holds within them many unspoken words, many truths left hidden. They feel they still have much to say to you, from apologies to declarations of love never expressed openly. The High Priestess speaks of feelings kept in the heart, thoughts returning night after night, memories that never fade. This card confirms that this person lives a dilemma. They deeply want to speak, but at the same time, they fear how their words will be received. Fear that time has already extinguished the flame on your side. On the spiritual plane, other invisible cards reveal themselves to deepen this reading. I see the Nine of Swords, showing sleepless nights, heavy thoughts, fears that eat away. This person imagines you moving on without them and suffers just from that thought. I also see the Three of Swords, carrying the pain of hurts, harsh words, separations that still sting. But right after, I see the Two of Cups, rising as the hope that never dies. The memory that your connection is unique, special, and that there is a greater force pulling both hearts back to one another. This reading speaks of regret, yes, but also of deep love. This person doesn't just think of you, they relive every moment, every conversation, every gesture. They relive the laughter, but also the fights, and wish they could go back in time just to choose differently. They long to apologize, to show they've learned, to become someone better so they can deserve you again. But along with this desire comes fear. Fear that perhaps you've already given up. Fear that you've already closed the door. Fear that they waited too long. Their heart is divided between hope and insecurity. On one side, the Six of Pentacles shines as the promise of reciprocity, of fair exchange, of balanced love. On the other, the Five of Wands and Four of Pentacles remind them of past mistakes, the jealousy, the disputes, the attachments. And the High Priestess seals it all with silence, showing that the words are still hidden, but on the verge of bursting out because they no longer fit inside. This person wants a calm life with you. They want a life of partnership, trust, and giving. They want to live the Six of Pentacles in practice, offering all they failed to before, reciprocating everything you gave, healing the wounds that remain. But they fear deeply you may have already given up, moved on, no longer want to give another chance. This is the dread that consumes them, losing the great opportunity to live the love they know is unique. Yet the universe shows that this story is not over. The invisible Two of Cups still vibrates, confirming the connection remains alive. The Nine of Swords shows the suffering comes from love, not from indifference. And the High Priestess whispers that there are still chapters to be written, conversations to be had, truths to be revealed. The final message of this reading is intense. This person is completely in love, but also profoundly regretful. They carry longing like fire and fear like shadow. They dream of reconciliation, but dread rejection. And it's on this edge they now stand, gathering courage to break the silence, to apologize, to declare themselves, to rebuild. What you need to know is that inside them there is no indifference. There is love, there is regret, there is fear, but above all, there is the desire to live this story with you. Truly, this time with balance, this time with peace. Soon as the first card jumped from the deck, it brought intense energy, almost like a breath of truth that could no longer be hidden. It was the Broken Bond card, and it said a lot right away. This person is experiencing an inner storm, a conflict between what they feel and what they're currently living. And yes, you are at the center of it. not as a villain or a negative cause, but as a trigger for something that had long been asleep. You brought light into a place that was already dark, and it's precisely this light that's unsettling the corners of their life today. Right after, the Heart in Dissonance card fell, revealing that no matter how much this person tries to keep up appearances, there is emotional disconnection with the person they're with. Conversations feel mechanical, touches are cold, and the eyes seem lost. It's as if the soul is trying to escape a place where love no longer lives. And when they think of you, there's warmth, longing, presence, even in your absence. That shakes everything, and the idea of separating begins to grow, not out of rebellion, but from a longing for truth. Next came the Soul Mirror card, showing that this person sees themselves in you. They see a version they want to be, bold, intense, authentic. And that's where the real dilemma begins. Continue living something that no longer fulfills them, or follow the heart's call? You've become a constant reminder that true love exists, that deep connection is possible, that life can be more than just routine and forced cohabitation. And though scary, this is causing a silent movement within them. Then came the Wet Pillow card, about sleepless nights, staring at the ceiling, thoughts that won't rest. It's during those nights that this person thinks of you the most. When everything is quiet, the feelings speak louder, and in the dark of their own room, they imagine a different life, a life with you. That's where the thought of separation gains strength, because the desire to be with you speaks louder than the fear of ending something lifeless. The imagined embrace card followed, bringing such deep longing that it hurts. This person closes their eyes and feels you there. Your scent, your voice, moments that maybe never even happened but were created in the heart. And that's what makes comparing this to their current reality so painful. What they live with the other person is bland, soulless. What they feel for you is alive, intense, real. And that feeds the thought of leaving every single day. Next, the Forbidden Path card appeared. This person feels like even thinking of you is an emotional betrayal. Not because of you, but because they're trying to remain faithful to something that deep down is already over. But the heart doesn't understand contracts, it understands presence. And your emotional presence is so strong, so constant, that it fills the emptiness, heals old wounds, and rekindles hope. That's too powerful to ignore. So yes, this feeling is acting as a catalyst for real change. The final card in this first part was the Revealing Silence, bringing that sensation that even when nothing is said, everything has already been expressed. Their gaze has changed, their habits have changed, the way they respond, how they withdraw, how distracted they've become, all of it shows that their focus has shifted. And that focus is you. You've become the silent presence in every thought, every doubt, every decision. And even if they haven't acted yet, in their heart, the separation has already begun. The reading continued with the Empty Room card, a symbolic image. This person walks into spaces that once felt complete and now feel hollow. It's not just the absence of love in their current relationship. It's the growing presence of what could be with you. It's as if every corner echoes with your absence, even if you've never been there physically. Their heart is starting to fill those spaces with you, and that changes everything. The next card was Open Window to the Future, showing that even if they don't admit it to anyone, this person has already begun imagining a new life. They plan scenarios, rehearse conversations, wonder what it would be like to come back to you. And it's not just a fantasy anymore. It's becoming something real. A desire that grows stronger every day they feel out of place in their current reality. You are that possible new beginning. And while there's fear, their soul is already walking toward you. Then came the key in the pocket. This person knows they hold the power to change it all, but haven't found the courage to use that key. There's fear of judgment, of hurting others, of making the wrong choice. But there's also a truth forming inside. Denying their feelings for you is only prolonging silent suffering. Because you're not a distraction. You're not an illusion. You're the constant reminder of what real love feels like. The next card, Midnight Light. Midnight Light revealed that this person often wakes in the middle of the night with thoughts of you. In those quietest moments, it's as if the soul finally speaks clearly. The pain of distance, the longing to have you close, the weight of being with someone else while thinking of you. And in that space between pillow and thought, the decision begins to form, because you can't silence a heart that's screaming for someone else. Then came the shadow of the dead commitment, revealing that while this current relationship still exists, it emotionally ended long ago. There's no real connection anymore, no spark, no genuine future plans. And this becomes even clearer when they think of you. What they feel for you doesn't require effort. It flows. It's light. It's alive. That comparison is impossible to ignore. The next card was the unspoken cry. This person wants to tell you everything, what they feel, what they're going through, but something stops them. Maybe pride, maybe fear of your reaction, maybe they're unsure if you're still there. But the feeling, it can't be hidden anymore. It's in their actions, their distant gaze, their deep sighs when something reminds them of you. And with each day that passes, that silenced scream becomes harder to bear. Then came the map with your name, one of the most beautiful cards in the deck. It means this person feels that somehow all roads lead to you. No matter how far they wander or how many times they try to ignore this love, everything points back to you. And that's terrifying, but it's also comforting, because deep down, they know you are home. The final card was the bridge between two worlds, and it brought the ultimate confirmation. This person is between two realities, one that's familiar but empty, and another uncertain but filled with real emotion. You are that new world calling them. And yes, they are considering separation, not out of impulse, but because they know they can't keep living a lie. And you, with everything you represent, are the truth they can no longer ignore. Summary. Yes, this person is thinking about separating, not out of guilt, not because you got in the way, but because what they feel for you is too real to silence anymore. And their soul is already on its way back to where it truly belongs, to you. You are perfect in the eyes of this person who admires you. This reading begins with the Death card, indicating that the way this person sees you did not arise in a superficial or immediate way, but rather from a very deep internal transformation process. This person went through important changes in the way they feel, think, and relate to the world, and it was precisely after this process that they were able to see you more clearly. There is the idea here that in the past, they may not have had enough maturity to recognize everything you represent. But now, after closing internal cycles, abandoning limiting views, and letting go of old patterns, they begin to clearly see the value that exists in you. This transformation is not small. It is something that completely changes their perception of love, of connections, and especially of what truly matters. Strength appears reinforcing how much this person admires your essence. There is a great fascination with your ability to deal with challenges, your resilience, and your courage to keep going, even in the face of difficulties. This person sees in you a strength that is not aggressive, but steady, a strength that sustains, that endures, that remains. They admire your determination, your persistence, the way you face life, the way you do not give up easily. And this does not go unnoticed. On the contrary, it draws a lot of their attention, thus because they recognize that not everyone can maintain this kind of posture in life. The Queen of Pentacles shows that this admiration does not remain only in the emotional field, but also extends to the way you conduct your practical life. This person sees in you stability, responsibility, applied intelligence, and the ability to build, organize, and make things happen. There is a strong recognition of your competence, your practicality, and the way you can turn ideas into reality. They see you as someone who not only dreams, but accomplishes. Someone who not only desires, but builds. And this brings a strong sense of security, because they understand that with you, there is consistency. The Queen of Swords complements this vision by showing how much this person admires your mind. There is a fascination with your intelligence, your logical reasoning, your ability to analyze situations, to think outside the box, to see beyond the obvious. This person perceives that you are not ordinary intellectually, that you have a distinct perspective, that you understand things that often go unnoticed by others. There is deep admiration for your clarity, your honesty, and your ability to stand your ground firmly. And for this person, that is not intimidating. It is admirable. The Queen of Cups shows that, beyond all this strength, intelligence, and structure, there is a sensitivity in you that balances everything. This person notices your loving side, your care, your empathy, your ability to nurture, to understand, to connect emotionally. They see that you are not only strong and rational, but also deeply sensitive, someone who knows how to love, how to care, how to give themselves. And it is precisely this combination that impresses them, because it is not common to find someone who can unite all these qualities so harmoniously. The world appears as the conclusion of this perception, bringing a sense of completeness. This person sees in you a set of qualities that make them feel that nothing is missing. There is the idea that you represent a whole, that you bring together characteristics that are usually found separately in different people, but that in you appear integrated. For this person, you are not just someone interesting. You are someone complete. And that makes them see you as the end game, as someone who leaves no room for comparison, as someone who brings no doubt. This reading shows that this admiration is not superficial, not based only on appearance or on a single aspect. It is an admiration built from observing who you are on different levels. This person sees your strength, your intelligence, your practical ability, your sensitivity, your worldview, your emotional depth, and even your way of perceiving life in a broader, more spiritual and philosophical way. There is recognition that you are not limited to one type of intelligence, but move through many forms of understanding, which makes your presence even more remarkable. This person understands that you are not replaceable, not because they idealize, but because they recognize. There is a very clear difference, for them, between what is common and what is rare, and you are seen as something rare. And that is exactly why they do not feel the need to look elsewhere for what they have already found in you. There is a sense that searching more would be unnecessary, because what they value is already present. This reading speaks of true admiration, deep recognition, and someone who sees you as a whole, not as a part, not as a possibility, but as someone who embodies everything they consider important. And that is why, in this person's view, you are not just special, you are enough. And if you liked this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on the energies of your sign. The love of your life has finally realized that you are the great love of their life. This reading begins with the Nine of Wands, showing exactly this person's emotional state before reaching this clarity. They were extremely defensive, someone who had been hurt a lot in the past, and because of that, started acting with excessive caution. It wasn't a lack of feeling. It wasn't a lack of desire to live something real. It was fear. Fear of making mistakes again. Fear of opening up and getting hurt once more. Fear of giving everything to someone who might not be the right person. And this fear made them build walls, create resistance, adopt a constant protective stance, as if they were always expecting something to go wrong. The Queen of Cups appears showing that, even with all these defenses, true feelings were always present, especially toward you. There was affection, there was connection, there was a very strong emotional bond, but this person couldn't fully trust those feelings. They doubted, questioned, tried to understand whether it was real or just another illusion. And that prevented them from fully surrendering, even while feeling that something different existed there. The Five of Wands brings the confusion that surrounded the situation. It wasn't just internal doubt, there were also external influences. People who approached, who spoke, who presented themselves as options, creating noise. Some of these people tried to occupy a space that wasn't theirs, tried to appear as something they weren't, creating even more confusion in this person's mind. And that made it even harder for them to clearly see who truly made sense in their life. Because of all this, this person adopted a more rational, controlled posture, trying to observe before acting, trying to understand before getting deeply involved. The Hanged Man shows this period of pause, analysis, and inaction. They preferred to wait, to observe everything from a different perspective, to avoid rushing. And in a way, this was necessary, because this time they didn't want to repeat past mistakes, didn't want to jump in without certainty, didn't want to invest in someone who wasn't truly the love of their life. But while they observed, analyzed, and tried to understand, something became clearer and clearer. You never left their heart. Even with other people, other possibilities, and doubts, there was a constant presence, a feeling that didn't disappear, a connection that couldn't be confused with the others. And this began to stand out in a different way, because unlike other situations that came and went, what they felt for you remained. The Queen of Pentacles shows that this person starts valuing something more concrete, more stable, more real. They begin to understand that intensity alone isn't enough, that momentary attraction isn't enough. They want something with foundation, consistency, and future. And when they look at you, they see exactly that. They see someone they can build with, someone who can offer emotional stability, someone who isn't there out of convenience, but out of truth. And that's when the major shift happens. The Ten of Cups appears as the emotional clarity they were searching for. They finally understand that the love they were looking for wasn't in other people, wasn't in other options, wasn't in situations that seemed easier or more convenient. The love they were looking for was always there, right in front of them in the connection with you. And this is no longer a doubt, no longer a possibility. It's a certainty. This person realizes that Deep down, it was always you. They just took time to see it. They took time because they were hurt. They took time because they were confused. They took time because they allowed the wrong people to influence them. They took time because they were afraid of choosing wrong. But now there is no doubt left. And when this certainty arrives, the magician brings action. This person no longer wants to stay still, no longer wants to watch from a distance, no longer wants to allow external interference. They want to act, to build, to make it happen. They understand they have in their hands the opportunity to live something real, and they don't want to waste it anymore. And along with this action comes a cleansing. They begin to distance themselves from people who created confusion, from influences that distorted their vision, from situations that didn't contribute to their emotional growth. They understand that to live this love fully, they need to protect this connection, need to remove from their life everything that isn't true, everything that isn't aligned with what they genuinely feel. This reading shows someone who went through an important process of discernment, someone who didn't want to act impulsively this time, who preferred to wait until they were sure, but now with that certainty in their hands, doesn't want to waste any more time. They know what they want. They know who they want. And they know there is no more space for doubt. This person is ready to truly choose, to take a stand, to invest with clarity without fear of making mistakes, because now they understand they are no longer choosing blindly. They are choosing with awareness. And that choice has a name. It has a story. It has feeling. And it always did. And if you liked this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your sign's energy. After resisting for so long, your person has finally given in to this passion. This reading begins with the King of Wands, and it shows a person who has always positioned themselves very strongly in life. Someone who likes to be in control, who likes to decide their own path, who does not usually let themselves be carried away easily by feelings. This person built an image of being independent, intense, but at the same time, very rational when it came to emotional involvement. They believed they knew exactly what they wanted and especially what they didn't want. They didn't want to get attached, didn't want to depend on anyone, didn't want to risk getting hurt again. The Six of Swords shows that this mindset came from past experiences. It didn't come out of nowhere. This person went through situations that made them lose faith in love, in emotional surrender, in the idea of building something with someone. So they chose to follow a safer path, or at least what seemed safer, where they allowed themselves to have experiences, meet people, go out, get involved superficially, but never truly go deep. It was a way of moving forward without carrying the weight of new disappointments. And for a while, it worked. They convinced themselves that they were fine like that they didn't need anyone, that not getting attached was freedom. But then you appeared. And that's where the conflict begins. Strength shows how much this person tried to control themselves. They tried to hold back what they were feeling, tried to tame the emotion that started to arise, tried to maintain their usual posture. They kept telling themselves that they shouldn't get involved, that it wasn't a good idea, that it didn't make sense to give up all the emotional structure they had built to protect themselves. But the more they tried to control it, the more they felt. And this began to create internal exhaustion. The Nine of Swords reveals exactly this state: anxiety, restlessness, constant thoughts. they began to realize that they were no longer as comfortable with their choice of not getting involved, because now there was someone who awakened something different, something they couldn't ignore, couldn't replace, couldn't fully rationalize. They started to realize that maybe not getting attached wasn't freedom, it was defense. And this realization began to break the pattern they had maintained for so long. The Nine of Wands shows that this resistance was long. They insisted on maintaining control, insisted on not giving in, insisted on not surrendering. Even while feeling, they still tried to hold back, still tried to keep emotional distance, still tried to convince themselves that it was just another phase, that it would pass. But it didn't pass. The feeling remained. And more than that, it grew. The Six of Pentacles brings a very important awareness. They begin to realize that this connection is reciprocal, that there is exchange, that it is not one-sided, that it is not an illusion. There is balance. There is an energy of giving and receiving that they were not used to experiencing in a genuine way. And this starts to touch something deeper within them. They realize this is not just any connection, that this is not just any person, that this is not something that appears all the time. And that's where the magician comes in with the turning point. This person understands that they need to make a decision, that they can no longer stay in the middle, that they can no longer feel and pretend they don't, that they can no longer resist something that has already taken over them so clearly. They realize that continuing to resist hurts more than allowing themselves. And that changes everything, because until then they believed that protecting themselves was the safest path. But now they see that this protection became a prison, that this resistance became suffering, that this control became limitation, and they no longer want that. They want to feel. They want to live. They want to surrender. This reading shows someone who finally lets their guard down, who finally admits to themselves that they are in love, who finally understands that they no longer need to run from love to protect themselves, because running also hurts. They recognize that they resisted out of fear, resisted out of insecurity, resisted because of past experiences, but now they choose differently. The King of Wands remains strong, but now directed toward emotional action. The Six of Swords shows they are leaving behind this cold view of love. Strength shifts from control to courage to surrender. The Nine of Swords decreases as they accept what they feel. The Nine of Wands marks the end of this resistance. The Magician brings the decision, and the decision is clear. They no longer want to resist. They want to live this passion, even with fear, even without guarantees, even knowing they might get hurt. Because now they understand that not allowing themselves to love is also a form of loss, and they no longer want to lose. They want to try. They want to surrender. They want to live this connection for what it truly is. Without filters, without blocks, without resistance. Because after so long running, they realized that what they truly wanted was exactly what they tried to avoid, to love again. And if you liked your reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your zodiac sign. My love, you are not alone. I am with you. As this reading opens, the first thing that stands out is the energy of someone who sees a journey that has been far more difficult than the people around you usually realize. The Nine of Wands appears right at the beginning, showing someone who recognizes every battle that has been fought up to this point. There is a deep awareness of the pain, the obstacles, and the moments when it was necessary to gather strength, even when it seemed there was no energy left to continue. What appears here is not the image of someone who sees weakness. On the contrary, what appears is the vision of someone who recognizes an enormous strength built through life's experiences. But at the same time, there is a very clear perception that this strength came with a price. Because when looking at this energy, it is not only someone independent who appears, it is someone who became accustomed to not expecting help. Someone who learned to solve their own problems, wipe away their own tears, rebuild their own life after disappointments, and keep moving forward even when no one seemed to fully understand what they were going through. And there is great admiration for that. The cards show respect. They show recognition. They show someone looking at this entire journey and understanding that none of it was easy. But there is also a feeling that at some point, this strength began to transform into a defense mechanism, as if the need to be strong all the time had created a kind of wall. Not a wall built out of pride, but one built out of survival. Because when someone goes through certain experiences, they begin to believe that trusting too much can hurt. They begin to believe that expecting too much can lead to disappointment. They begin to believe that showing too much can bring suffering. And the Nine of Wands shows exactly this protective energy that has been built over the years. Interestingly, right beside it appears the Page of Cups, and it completely changes the tone of the reading. Because while one energy speaks of protection, the other speaks of feelings that are still alive. It is as if the cards are showing that despite everything that has been experienced, there is a beautiful part that never disappeared. There is a part that still believes. There is a part that still dreams. There is a part that still hopes to find something real. And that is very important, because this reading does not show someone looking at this story with pity. It does not show someone seeing a person marked by difficulties and thinking only about the pain. What appears here is someone who can see far beyond that, someone who notices the sensitivity hidden behind the strength, someone who realizes that behind the firm exterior is a heart that still wants to build something true. The Page of Cups speaks of sincere emotions. It speaks of an energy that is not interested in games, manipulation, or superficiality. And as this card unfolds in the reading, there is a feeling that someone understands much more than they reveal. Someone who notices the moments when loneliness feels heavy, even when nothing is said. Someone who notices the moments when there is longing for something that has not even happened yet. Because sometimes the deepest longing is not for a specific person. Sometimes the deepest longing is to experience something real. And there is a very strong awareness of that here. It is as if this energy is observing someone who spent so much time learning how to walk alone that they began to believe it was the only possible path. But the cards do not confirm that. In fact, the further the reading goes, the stronger the feeling becomes that this entire journey had a much greater purpose than simply teaching independence. The Page of Pentacles begins to bring a very interesting energy because it speaks of building. It speaks of preparation. It speaks of something being developed carefully. And when it appears in this reading, the feeling is that there is someone looking at everything that has happened so far and understanding that no experience was wasted. Disappointments taught discernment. Farewells taught value. Difficult moments taught boundaries. Periods of solitude taught self-love. And as painful as some of those lessons may have been, they created a very different foundation from the one that existed in the past. Because there's a huge difference between wanting companionship out of need and wanting companionship because there is space to share a life. And that is exactly what the cards show. They show someone who is no longer looking for just anyone to fill emotional voids. They show someone who has learned to recognize their own worth. Someone who better understands what they deserve to receive and what they no longer accept in their life. And that gives the entire energy of this reading much greater depth. The Page of Pentacles shows someone observing this evolution and realizing how important it has been, realizing that there has been maturity, realizing that there has been growth, realizing that there have been internal changes that may not always be visible to those looking from the outside. And the more this card develops on the table, the stronger the feeling of preparation becomes. It does not feel like chance. It does not feel like coincidence. It feels like a slow construction, as if certain events needed to happen exactly the way they did so that certain understandings could be reached. And this is where the Three of Wands begins to gain strength within the reading, because it brings an energy of horizons. It brings an energy of expectation. It brings the energy of someone who is no longer looking only at what was left behind, but at what is beginning to appear ahead. The Three of Wands shows someone who does not see this story as finished. Quite the opposite. There is a very strong sense of future when this card appears. There is a feeling that everything experienced so far does not represent the final chapter of the journey. It represents only the preparation for what is still to come. And as I observe this energy, a very clear perception emerges that there is someone who deeply believes this. Someone who does not see this journey as a collection of losses, but as a series of lessons leading towards something greater. Because for this energy, destiny has not forgotten anyone. Time has not abandoned anyone. Life has not left anyone behind. And it is precisely this certainty that begins to appear more and more strongly in the cards. And as this energy develops, the romantic aspect of the reading becomes increasingly evident. Because it is not just someone observing a journey. It is someone who has developed a very deep admiration along the way. There is a huge difference between liking someone and admiring someone, and the cards show that here, both go hand in hand. This energy observes everything that has been built through hardship and feels respect. There is a very clear recognition of the courage it took to keep moving forward when it would have been much easier to stop believing in certain things. The Three of Wands remains very strong at this point in the reading because it shows someone looking toward the future. And when imagining that future, not imagining only material achievements, goals, or personal plans. There is a desire to share. There is a desire to build alongside someone who truly makes sense. And when this energy looks at this connection, it does not see only outward beauty, superficial qualities, or temporary characteristics. It sees depth. It sees character. It sees a person who became who they are precisely because they faced situations that could have destroyed many other people. Something very interesting emerges here because this admiration does not seem to come from perfection. On the contrary, it comes precisely from the humanity within this story, from the scars, from the rebuilding, from the moments when it was necessary to start over. It is as if this energy sees something extraordinarily beautiful in the way this person continues trying to live, continues trying to believe, and continues trying to find meaning, even after so many difficult experiences. And the more the cards open, the stronger a feeling of tenderness appears. Because there is someone who notices things that perhaps not everyone notices. They notice the moments when there is exhaustion hidden behind a smile. They notice the moments when there is longing hidden behind independence. They notice the moments when there is sensitivity hidden behind strength. And this creates a much deeper emotional bond than simple attraction. The Seven of Cups begins to appear with great strength now, and it brings an extremely interesting layer to this reading. Because it shows someone who spent a long time imagining possibilities, someone who fed thoughts, expectations, and even fantasies about how certain things could happen. But at the same time, it also shows someone who has begun to understand the difference between dreams and reality. There is an energy here that no longer wants only to imagine, no longer wants only to desire, no longer wants only to create scenarios within their own mind. They want to live. They want to build something tangible. They want to transform feelings into experience. And this appears in a very beautiful way because there is a sense that for a long time, this connection existed in a space of possibilities. A space where thoughts, feelings, and expectations existed, but where not everything could manifest in the way it was desired. Now the cards show a change. They show someone beginning to look less at what could happen and more at what they truly want to build. And the more I observe this energy, the more a sense of enchantment appears. Because there is someone looking at this person and seeing far more than they usually show the world. They see a sweetness that is not always revealed. They see a heart much bigger than appearances allow others to perceive. They see an enormous ability to love, care, and remain. And perhaps one of the things that stands out most in this reading is precisely that. It does not show an energy fascinated by something superficial. It does not show an energy driven only by desire. What appears is someone deeply touched by the essence, touched by the way this person thinks, touched by the way this person feels, touched by the way this person faces life. There is even a feeling of pride emerging here, as if this energy looks at everything that has been lived through and thinks that very few people would have endured certain situations with the same dignity. Very few people would have continued believing. Very few people would have kept their hearts open after certain experiences. And that is exactly what inspires admiration. Because the cards show someone who sees beauty not only in the qualities that are easy to notice, but also in what was gained through pain. And as this energy begins revealing its feelings, there emerges a very strong desire to reassure, a very strong desire to make certain insecurities disappear. As if there were a genuine wish to show that not everyone comes into your life to hurt you. Not everyone comes to leave. Not everyone comes to disappoint. Because there is someone here who sees value where many others failed to see it. Someone who sees preciousness where others were incapable of recognizing it. And the further the reading progresses, the more this admiration transforms into something even greater, something deeper, something more consistent. Something that begins to point toward a feeling that no longer wants only to observe from a distance, but wants to occupy a real place within this story. And it is precisely at this point that temperance begins to become the dominant energy of the reading. Because after so many cards speaking about experiences, lessons, expectations, and feelings, it appears bringing a very different sensation. A sensation of peace, as if someone were looking at this entire story and finally understanding that not everything needs to be rushed, not everything needs to be forced, and not everything needs to happen through struggle. A very beautiful energy of balance appears here, because for a long time, it seems that both this person and the connection itself went through phases of waiting, doubts, and questions. There were moments when things seemed close. There were moments when they seemed distant. There were moments when there was confidence. There were moments when there were fears. But Temperance shows something very important. Despite all these movements, there is a silent force guiding this story toward a place of harmony. And as this energy unfolds, the feeling emerges of someone who is no longer looking only at what they feel. They are looking at what they can build. This is very significant because feeling is relatively easy. What is difficult is staying. What is difficult is building. What is difficult is choosing the same person repeatedly when the novelty fades and reality begins to reveal its challenges. But the cards show someone who thinks exactly that way. Someone who is not interested only in the excitement of the beginning. Someone who is not interested only in the enchantment of the first moments. There is an energy that thinks about continuity, that thinks about stability, that thinks about presence. And perhaps that is exactly why this reading conveys such a strong sense of security, because it does not show someone impressed only by the most visible qualities. It shows someone who notices the details, someone who notices the small things, small gestures, small actions, small demonstrations of character. And it is precisely these things that have built this admiration over time. When I look at the cards as a whole, there is a very clear feeling that this person sees someone far more valuable than they realize. Because often, people who have gone through certain experiences become accustomed to looking at what is missing. They look at their imperfections. They look at their mistakes. They look at their insecurities. But here, someone appears who sees exactly the opposite. They see qualities. They see strength. They see intelligence, they see maturity, they see sensitivity, and above all, they see authenticity. Because one of the strongest themes in this reading is the feeling that there is someone who is tired of superficiality, tired of masks, tired of empty relationships, tired of people who appear only to occupy space temporarily. And when this energy looks at this connection, it feels something different. It feels depth. It feels truth. It feels something that is not easily found. The Seven of Cups continues bringing an important message here because it shows that for a long time there were doubts about the future. There were questions. There were different possibilities being considered. There were moments when even this person did not know exactly where their feelings were leading them. But something very interesting is happening. The fog begins to disappear. The confusion begins to fade. The cards show someone becoming increasingly aware of what they feel, increasingly aware of the importance of this connection, increasingly aware of what they truly want to live. And this clarity changes everything. Because when someone stops fighting what they feel, space is created for the truth to appear. And the truth that emerges in this reading is very simple. There is affection. There is admiration. There is tenderness. There is a desire for closeness. There is a desire to share. There is a desire to build. And there is a very strong feeling that the entire journey lived up to this point had a greater purpose than it seemed while it was happening. The Nine of Wands, which opened this reading showing someone marked by life's battles, now seems to tell a different story. Because it no longer speaks only about endurance. It speaks about emotional reward after endurance. As if all the difficulties faced are finally beginning to reveal the reason they happened. As if every obstacle contributed to shaping exactly the person who now inspires so much admiration. And perhaps this is one of the most beautiful messages of this reading. Because it does not show someone wishing for a different version of this person. It does not show someone wishing they were easier, simpler, or less marked by the experiences they lived through. On the contrary, The cards show someone who values precisely what life has built, who values strength without failing to see sensitivity, who values independence without failing to see the heart, who values courage without failing to see the fears that had to be overcome for that courage to exist. And as Temperance begins to close this part of the reading, a very serene feeling emerges. As the reading moves toward its final moments, something becomes increasingly evident. This is not an energy that looks at this connection only through emotion. There are feelings, there is attraction, there is affection, but there's also a very strong sense of recognition. As if, on some level, this person feels they have found someone rare. And not rare because of appearance, not rare because of any specific characteristic, but rare because of their essence. Because, as I observe the cards, there emerges the energy of someone who has seen many people come and go throughout their life. Someone who has experienced different situations, different connections, and different paths, but who has rarely found the same combination of strength and sensitivity that they see here. Temperance remains very present because it shows someone who does not wish to invade space, does not wish to rush events, and does not wish to create unnecessary pressure. On the contrary, there is an extremely patient energy, an energy that understands that some things need to mature naturally, and this happens because there is trust. There is a feeling that what is real does not need to be forced in order to exist. At the same time, the Page of Cups continues radiating a beautiful energy of affection, because when I look at it now, I do not see only someone who has feelings. I see someone who feels tenderness, and there is a huge difference between those two things. Tenderness is born when we deeply admire someone, when we look at a person and feel the desire to protect them from the pain they have already faced, when we want to see them smiling more than crying, when we want to be present not only during the easy moments, but also during the difficult ones. And this energy appears many times throughout the reading. It is as if this person observes certain wounds and wishes they no longer had to determine the future. As if they observe certain fears and wish they could finally find rest. Because there is a very clear awareness that there were periods when life demanded too much. Periods when it was necessary to be strong, when all that existed was the desire to rest. Periods when it was necessary to keep believing, when there were reasons to give up. And perhaps one of the most beautiful things about this reading is precisely this. The cards do not show someone seeing only who this person is today. They show someone seeing everything they had to go through to become who they are. There is a very deep admiration for their ability to keep moving forward, for their ability to keep loving, for their ability to keep dreaming. Because many people become completely hardened after certain experiences. Many people stop believing. Many people close their hearts permanently. But here, the cards show someone who, despite all the difficulties, never completely lost the ability to feel. And that touches this energy deeply. The Three of Wands reinforces something that has appeared since the beginning of the reading. There is expectation regarding the future, but not the anxious, desperate kind of expectation filled with demands. It is a calm expectation, like someone looking toward the horizon and feeling that something good is coming their way. Like someone who no longer needs to chase answers all the time, because deep down they have begun to trust the path. And that trust is born precisely because there is a very strong sense of purpose. When I look at all the cards together, I do not see a sequence of random events. I see lessons connecting. I see cycles ending. I see maturity happening on both sides. I see experiences that for a long time seemed meaningless, finally beginning to reveal why they happened. Because there is a very powerful message in this reading. No one went through everything they went through for nothing. The pain had meaning. The waiting had meaning. The missed connections had meaning. Even the moments of loneliness had meaning. And not because suffering is necessary to deserve love. That is not what the cards are showing. What they show is that every experience contributed to developing qualities that now make all the difference. They developed discernment. They developed maturity. They developed sensitivity. They developed the ability to recognize what truly has value. And when this person looks at this connection, that is exactly what they feel. Value. Not something temporary. Not something disposable, not something that can easily be replaced. Value. That is why there is so much calm in temperance, because it does not speak of an energy that only wishes to win someone over. It speaks of an energy that wishes to remain. It speaks of someone who is not thinking only about the beginning of a story, but about everything that can be built throughout it. And the feeling that remains as this reading comes to a close is that of someone who looks at this person with much more affection than they show, much more admiration than they express, and much deeper feelings than they have perhaps managed to reveal until now. There is an energy that sees beauty where often only scars were seen, that sees potential where often only obstacles were seen, that sees light where often only difficulties were noticed. And above all, there is someone who does not look at this story as a story of loneliness. They see it as a story of preparation, a story of growth, a story of meeting. As if, deep down, all the cards were repeating the same message in different ways. The journey was never about learning how to live without love. The journey was always about learning how to recognize the right love when it finally arrived. And the more this energy observes everything that has been built up to this point, the more it feels that moment is much closer than it seems. A feeling that certain answers no longer need to be searched for with so much anxiety. Because something is being prepared. Something is maturing. Something is slowly approaching. And this energy seems to trust that deeply, as if, deep down, it already knows that some stories do not take time because they are destined not to happen. Some stories take time because they need to arrive at the moment when two people can finally recognize each other's true value. I was confused about who to choose, but today, I know the truth. You are the one. This reading begins with the Page of Swords, and this card already explains a lot about what happened in the past. We are talking about someone curious, restless, who likes meeting people, exploring possibilities, living new experiences without necessarily going deep. This person was in a very mental, very stimulating phase of life, where everything seemed interesting. Different conversations, different personalities, quick connections, intense encounters. It was as if the world were full of options, and they wanted to experience a little of each to understand what they truly wanted. The problem is that when you live in this constant state of novelty, it becomes difficult to hear your own truth. The Page of Swords speaks of someone who observes, who analyzes, but who does not always feel deeply before acting. So while getting to know the querent and other people at the same time, this person got carried away by excitement, by the adrenaline of the new, by the sensation of freedom. Everything seemed promising. Everything seemed to have potential. But potential is not the same as truth. The Three of Cups reinforces this energy of excessive lightness. It was a social, expansive period, full of stimulation. There were meetings, conversations, laughter, open possibilities. This person felt alive in that movement, but also emotionally scattered. And when you are scattered, important decisions end up being made superficially. They did not stop to reflect deeply. They did not connect with what they truly felt for each person. They reacted to the moment. But the star appears as what was always different in the middle of that confusion. The connection with the querent was not like the others. There was something there that brought calm, hope, a sense of purpose. It was a connection that touched the soul, that inspired something higher. But precisely because it was deeper, it required maturity to be recognized. And at that time, this person was not yet ready to sustain something so real. The Four of Pentacles shows the ego involved in the story. There was attachment to personal freedom, attachment to self-image, attachment to control. This person did not want to lose options, did not want to give up possibilities, wanted to keep everything within reach, as if they could decide later with more certainty. But by trying to hold on to everything, they ended up choosing nothing with responsibility. And that caused wounds. It hurt the querent, hurt another person involved, and also hurt themselves. The sun appears as the awakening. After the excitement phase passed, after the dust settled, awareness came, clarity came. The realization that not everything that shines is gold, and that not every novelty is a true connection. The sun illuminates the truth. The querent was always different, always the one who brought warmth, genuine joy, a feeling of home. And when this person was left alone with their thoughts, they realized they had lost something far greater than they imagined. The process of introspection was long. It was not immediate. There was a period of deep reflection, recognition of mistakes, emotional maturation. They began to see how childishly they had acted, how they confused intensity with depth, how they avoided emotional responsibility. They began to understand that choosing someone is not losing freedom. It is choosing direction. The Six of Wands closes this reading with an energy of conscious return. This person comes back different. They do not return with doubt, not with parallel options, not with games. They return knowing what they want. And what they want is the querent. There is a desire here to repair, to act with maturity, to position themselves clearly. They know they were wrong to put the querent in exhausting situations, to make them feel like they were competing, to not give exclusivity when they should have. Today they understand that love does not align with indecision. That partnership does not align with multiple open possibilities. That respect is the foundation of any healthy relationship. This return is not impulsive. It is the result of growth. The star shows healing. The sun shows awareness. The Six of Wands shows confidence in the choice. This person is no longer confused, no longer divided, no longer experimenting in order to decide later. They know the truth now. And the truth is that the querent is the one. If you enjoyed this reading, leave your like on the video and subscribe to the channel to stay updated with the messages for your zodiac sign. I am leaving everything behind just to be with you, because you are my love. The Seven of Pentacles opens this reading, speaking of a long period of waiting, deep reflection, and delays that did not happen because of lack of feeling, but because of excess fear and emotional responsibility. This person became stuck in the idea that they needed to wait a little longer, to evaluate better, to analyze all the consequences before acting. They looked at their own life as someone who looks at something that has already borne fruit, but no longer grows. There was an awareness that that old cycle had already fulfilled its role, but there was also attachment to the time invested, the stories lived, and the people involved. The Seven of Pentacles shows someone who postponed important choices because they did not know how to end something without guilt. The Five of Swords reveals the inner conflict that dominated this person throughout that entire period. It was not a simple situation of right or wrong. It was an emotional game where any decision seemed to create loss. If they chose their own truth, they felt they would hurt other people. If they stayed where they felt they were betraying themselves. This Five of Swords speaks of emotional self-sabotage, of decisions delayed out of fear of confrontation, fear of judgment, and fear of owning their own desire. Deep down, they always felt they were losing, regardless of which path they chose. The Hermit shows how much this person needed to withdraw inwardly to find true answers. They went through a process of emotional isolation and deep introspection, where they questioned values, beliefs, and commitments that no longer made sense. The Hermit speaks of someone who needed to listen to their own soul above external voices. For a long time, this person tried to please others, sustain structures, and meet expectations that were no longer compatible with who they were becoming. This withdrawal was not escape, it was a search for truth. The Ten of Cups appears as the clear image of what their heart always knew. True happiness, true emotional fulfillment, was not where they remained out of obligation or guilt. It was in the possibility of living an aligned, reciprocal, and emotionally fulfilling love. The Ten of Cups shows that even amid confusion, this person always carried an inner vision of what it would be like to be with someone who truly completed them. And that vision was always connected to the querent. That was where they saw harmony, partnership, and genuine joy. The Ace of Pentacles comes in bringing the concrete decision that is beginning to form. This person now understands that moving forward is not abandonment, it is evolution. The Ace of Pentacles speaks of a real, solid, and possible new beginning. It is not an abstract idea. It is a practical choice. They realize they need to end what no longer grows in order to build something new, with a firm foundation, with truth and presence. This new beginning is not impulsive. It is the result of everything that was reflected upon, suffered through, and matured. The Ace of Swords shows the necessary cut that is finally being accepted. This person understands that it is no longer possible to live on the fence, nor to continue sabotaging themselves to avoid displeasing others. The Ace of Swords speaks of mental clarity, truth spoken without detours, and firm decisions. There is an awareness here that some structures need to be ended, even if they were long-lasting, meaningful, and full of history. The cut does not come from anger, but from lucidity. It comes from the understanding that insisting would mean continuing to lie to oneself. The Two of Wands closes this reading showing the moment of conscious choice. This person now looks at two very clear paths, remaining in what has already ended internally or moving forward toward what calls the soul. The Two of Wands speaks of someone who finally recognizes that they can no longer live only for the safety of what is familiar. There is fear, yes, but there is also a vision of the future. And that vision points to the querent as the new soul journey that makes sense to follow. This reading speaks of someone who spent a long time sabotaging themselves because of old loyalties, emotional dependencies, and fear of disappointing others. Someone who carried responsibilities that were no longer theirs and stayed in situations out of compassion, guilt, or attachment to the past. But life gradually showed that staying also hurt, that postponing also caused pain, that not choosing was also a choice. The process was long because it involved people, stories, and deep bonds. It was not simple to end something that had already borne fruit, that had meaning, and that once occupied an important place. But now there is enough maturity to understand that gratitude for the past does not mean permanence in the present. This person understood that honoring what was lived does not require sacrificing what can still be lived. There is a silent but firm decision here to stop sabotaging this connection out of fear, to stop hiding behind justifications, to stop postponing their own happiness in the name of structures that no longer make sense. This person understands that following the voice of the soul is the only possible path now, even if it requires difficult cuts and delicate conversations. They know they can no longer live divided. They know they need to be honest with themselves and with others. And above all, they know that moving forward means moving toward the truth of their heart. And that truth points to the querent as the path where there is alignment, growth, and real love. This reading speaks of conscious liberation, of someone who finally chooses not by impulse, but by clarity. Not by fear, but by truth. And who understands that a new soul journey only begins when one has the courage to end what has already ended within. And if you like this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the updates of the readings for your zodiac sign. Great love of your life has arrived, and this love will last forever. The King of Cups opens this reading, bringing an energy of deep emotional maturity. This person arrives saying, in essence, that there is now balance between feeling and acting. This is not someone who loves in an unstable, confusing, or impulsive way. It is someone who has learned how to hold emotions, welcome feelings, and stay, even when things require emotional responsibility. The King of Cups speaks of a love that does not run away, does not hide, and does not abandon when challenges arise. He represents someone who knows how to love with depth, presence, and consistency. That is why this person says, you can finally let your heart rest. Next, the Three of Swords appears to acknowledge everything you have already lived through. There is no denial of pain here. On the contrary, this card validates every disappointment, every sadness, every broken expectation, every moment when you believed and were hurt. The Three of Swords shows that your heart went through real losses, real pain, and silences that cut deeply. But this card appears now not to reopen wounds, but to show that this cycle is coming to an end. The suffering was not in vain. It was a process of learning, purification, and emotional strengthening. The Ace of Swords comes next, absolute truth of this reading. A clear, clean, and liberating truth. The past does not define the future that is arriving. The Ace of Swords cuts through old patterns, illusions, fears, and limiting beliefs. It says that now there is clarity. Clarity about what you deserve. Clarity about the kind of love that makes sense. Clarity about what should no longer be accepted. This card shows that confusion is over. Doubt is over. The love that arrives now does not come to create anxiety, but to bring lucidity, security, and direction. The Eight of Pentacles shows the commitment involved in this connection. This is not a love that arrives only with beautiful words or empty promises. It is someone willing to build, willing to invest time, energy, effort, and dedication. The Eight of Pentacles speaks of someone who understands that a solid relationship is built day by day, in the details, in consistency, in care, and in responsibility. This person is ready to work for the relationship, to grow together, and to transform love into concrete structure. The Queen of Cups appears as a direct reflection of your energy. She represents you, sensitive, empathetic, deep, loving, and intuitive. Someone who truly loves, who feels intensely, and who gives themselves when they believe. Many times, this sensitivity was seen as weakness by those who did not know how to deal with the depth of your heart. But here, the Queen of Cups meets someone at the same level. Someone who is not frightened by feelings, who does not invalidate emotions, and who does not run from emotional intimacy. There is mutual recognition here, a soul mirroring. Then the Ace of Pentacles appears, sealing this reading as a concrete promise from the universe. The Ace of Pentacles speaks of a real, tangible, and stable new beginning. It is not only emotional, it is material, practical, and lasting. It speaks of security, a solid foundation, long-term plans, and building together. This card shows that the love arriving now comes with structure, financial stability, shared projects, and a vision of the future. It is someone who not only loves, but also wants to build a life by your side. This combination of cards makes it clear that what is arriving is a complete partnership. Emotion, maturity, truth, dedication, and stability walk together here. It is not a love that lives only on emotional intensity, nor a cold relationship based solely on convenience. It is the perfect balance between feeling and building. This person arrives as a divine reward, not as random luck, but as a direct consequence of everything you faced, healed, and learned. Every tear you cried, every boundary you learned to set, every pattern you chose to break, all of this was preparing the ground for this connection. You became capable of recognizing true love because you went through experiences that taught you what love was not. That is why this reading speaks with such certainty. You can rest. It is no longer necessary to fight, insist, or prove yourself. It is no longer necessary to carry the weight of unbalanced relationships. The love that arrives now comes to add, support, and welcome. It comes to offer you an emotionally safe place and stability in practical life. This love does not arrive to test you, but to support you. It does not arrive to confuse, but to clarify. It does not arrive to hurt, but to heal. It comes as someone who recognizes your value, honors your sensitivity, and respects your history. Someone who understands that loving you is a privilege, not a burden, and who is ready to walk by your side with commitment, affection, presence, and truth. The past fulfilled its role. The pain fulfilled its role. Now, what opens is a new chapter, solid, mature, and aligned with everything you have become. And if you enjoyed this journey, subscribe to the channel and leave your like on the video to continue receiving all the updates for your zodiac sign. Spiritual connection. Finally moving to bring this love to you, Oxearth. When I open these cards, the energy that fills everything is radiant, almost tangible. It's as if a beam of light cut through the field, bringing a revelation that changes everything. The title of this reading already announces the movement about to unfold, finally moving to bring you this pure and true love, a spiritual connection. And that is exactly what vibrates here. The presence of someone who has gone through a deep awakening, who now sees clearly what their heart has always known. The two of you share a rare, strong, ancient spiritual bond. This person has not only recognized it, they've understood it, accepted it, and decided to act. The first card to appear is the Ace of Wands, and with it comes the spark of everything. This card speaks of a new cycle, an emotional rebirth, a pulse full of life and passion. It's the fire of desire blended with the light of understanding. This person is being reborn inside, feeling the motivation that comes directly from the heart. The Ace of Wands is the moment when love stops being only a thought and becomes action. The first step, the impulse that breaks the silence, the invitation to live something real. This card shows a heart burning with the will to come closer, to speak, to show, to feel, to live. And this time, without fear, without hesitation, without walls. Next, the tarot reveals the sun, and everything brightens. The sun is the card of clarity, happiness, revealed truth. It's the energy of someone who finally sees love clearly and recognizes its value. This person now understands that you are the missing light, the warmth, the joy that gives meaning to their days. The sun speaks of pure, sincere, reciprocal love and the absolute certainty that the feeling is real. There's no more confusion, no more shadow, no more fear. There's only truth, bright and simple. You are the love of their life. And this person wants to live that truth openly, without hiding, without waiting. Then comes the Knight of Cups, bringing movement. This card is the messenger of love, the romantic who acts with their heart in their hands. The Knight of Cups represents the arrival of a confession, a tender gesture, contact filled with emotion. This person doesn't want to just think of you. They want to be with you. They want to express, to turn feeling into presence. The Knight of Cups is love leaving the invisible and stepping into reality. It shows that this person will approach you gently, lovingly, with words that reach deep. And then, the Magician appears, and everything shifts. The Magician is the power to manifest, to turn thought into form, dream into matter, desire into reality. It's the energy of action, of decision, of I can and I will. This person is ready to act. The Magician shows that they've realized love can't stay only in the spiritual realm. It must come into life. It's time to make it real, to create opportunities, to transform feeling into gesture. This card is the power moving through this person now. Love no longer as a fantasy, but as purpose. But the tarot also shows the path that led here. The Hermit appears, the memory of solitude, silence, introspection. For a time, this person withdrew, stayed quiet, thought deeply, searched for answers within. The Hermit is the symbol of spiritual seeking. It shows that they needed to understand their own heart, heal wounds, reconnect with truth. And now, after that long inner night, they carry a lit lantern, the wisdom of someone who knows what they want, who understands their path, and is ready to walk it. Next comes the Ten of Cups, one of the most beautiful cards in the deck. It speaks of complete happiness, emotional fulfillment, life in harmony with true love. It's home, partnership, family. The happily ever after that's not fantasy but reward. This person no longer wants passing love. They want lasting love. The Ten of Cups shows their dream of building something with you, of sharing days, of celebrating, of truly living together. And more than that, it shows that they now understand this dream only makes sense with you. Finally, the Ace of Pentacles closes the reading, literally with a golden key. This card represents a solid new beginning, a tangible opportunity, love made real. The Ace of Pentacles is the offer that comes with stability. This person wants to give you their best, presence, care, commitment. They want to build, invest, and ground this connection. It's the energy of now it happens. What was once only desire now takes shape, structure, and life. But the tarot also reveals deeper tones. I see the invisible Six of Wands, the victory after conquering fear. I see the silent Two of Cups, confirming this is indeed a spiritual connection. Two souls recognizing, seeking, and finding each other by destiny. I see Judgment, showing the awakening of consciousness, the certainty that comes after long denial. This reading tells of someone who resisted for a while, maybe out of fear, maybe confusion, maybe not understanding the depth of what they felt. But the universe was patient. The Hermit taught them to listen to the soul. The Sun enlightened them. The Magician empowered them. And now the Knight of Cups carries them toward you. This person knows what this connection is. Spiritual, not random, not coincidence. Something sacred and profound. Now, there are no more doubts. The Sun and the Ace of Wands confirm clarity, rebirth, the spark of true love. The Magician and the Ace of Pentacles show everything will be done to make this love real. The Knight of Cups brings the gesture, the message, the movement. The Ten of Cups shows the dream made life, and the Hermit, the wisdom learned along the way. The universe's message is clear. This person is moving toward you, ready to speak, to open their heart, to declare what they feel. They will tell you they love you, that they always have, and that now they know you are the one. They'll say they no longer want to wait, that they want to build, to live, to love for real. And when it happens, you'll feel it, as if the air itself became lighter, warmer. This reading is the portrait of love that conquers fear, that crosses time, that survives distance. Love that begins in spirit and descends into form, from soul to body, from feeling to gesture. It is love that, after everything, finally moves to bring you what was always yours, a pure, true, radiant, and blessed love. This is the deepest love of your life. When I open the cards, I immediately feel a wave of warmth in my chest, as if the universe itself were telling me that this message is not just a reading. It's a revelation about the deepest love you will ever feel in your life. There are readings that speak of desire, there are readings that speak of encounters, but this one speaks of something greater. It speaks of destiny, of fulfillment, of a love that never fades. The title already fulfills itself in the first breath of energy. The deepest love of your life is here, and the cards come as witnesses of this truth. The first card to reveal itself is the Ten of Cups, and this is without a doubt one of the brightest cards when it comes to love. It shows complete fulfillment, total happiness, the feeling that finally everything fits into place. This person, even if they have never confessed it in words, imagines you as part of their future, as part of their entire life. It is the card of home, of family, of shared dreams. It speaks of two hearts that not only love each other, but also find in each other the reason to exist. The Ten of Cups shows that the love they feel for you is not superficial. It is deep. It is mature. It is directed toward building a solid story. This is the secret that vibrates here. This person doesn't see you just as passion, but as the final piece of the puzzle of their happiness. Next, the Four of Wands appears, bringing the energy of reunion, of celebration, of the joy that bursts forth when two souls who recognize each other finally meet. This card is confirmation that what you live or will live together is a milestone, a turning point, a celebration prepared by the universe. The Four of Wands is spiritual marriage, the soul's festival. the embrace that seals a union written in the stars. This person feels that by your side, they can build a space of genuine happiness, of victories celebrated together, of moments that become eternal in memory. This love is not timid, it is not hidden. It wants to be celebrated, it wants to be shown, it wants to be lived fully. And then the third card sustaining this reading is the Ace of Wands. This card brings the fire, the impulse, the vibrant beginning of something powerful. The Ace of Wands is the flame of passion, the spark that gives life to a fire that never goes out. This person feels a deep desire for you, an attraction that goes beyond the physical, that touches the soul and awakens the will to create, to begin again, to invest energy in this connection. This card shows that beyond the vision of the future and the celebration, there is also a burning impulse, a call of body and spirit to live intensely what they feel. The Ace of Wands confirms that the love here is not passive. It is active, it is creative, it is a force in motion. These three cards together are a gift. They show a love that is not only feeling, but a life project, 10 of Cups. That is not only encounter, but celebration and commitment, 4 of Wands. And that is not only dream, but also action and desire, Ace of Wands. This is the deepest love because it gathers everything: emotion, stability, joy, and passion. But the tarot doesn't just speak in symbols. It speaks in sensations, in images, in intuitions. And when I connect with this energy, I see this person thinking of you in simple moments. When the house quiets at night, when a stranger's smile recalls yours, when a song plays and suddenly everything lights up. I feel that they keep memories like relics, that they relive details as if they were treasures, that they carry you in their thoughts, even when they try to distract themselves. There are also secrets that the spiritual plane shows me. I see the card of the Garden of Eternity, a space where love blooms even after storms. I also see the Golden Bridge, confirming that no matter the obstacles, there will always be a path linking the two of you. And I feel the presence of the guiding star, saying that this love is not only human, it is protected, illuminated, guided by something greater. This is the deepest love of your life because it is not limited to one plane. It touches the physical, the emotional, the spiritual. It is the love that wants to build, that wants to celebrate, and that wants to give itself completely. This person may have stayed silent, may have hesitated, may have hidden, but none of that diminishes what they feel. Their heart beats for you, and each beat repeats the same call: I want you by my side. The universe brought this reading so you know, it is not an illusion. It is not a distant dream. It is not a fleeting desire. It is real. It is the love that is born of the soul and blooms at the right time. It is the love that, even hidden, continues to grow, waiting for the moment to be fully lived. And when that moment arrives, it will be like the 10 of Cups illuminating the future, the 4 of Wands celebrating the present, and the Ace of Wands igniting the flame that will never burn out. This is the love you have always sought, and it is here, now, ready to be revealed, ready to be lived, ready to transform your life into a story of fulfillment. I regret not investing in you before, but now I am going to do everything differently. The Knight of Wands opens this reading as the clear representation of someone who always lived at their own pace, following impulses, momentary desires, and personal urges, believing that life could be guided only by their own urgency. This person acted when they wanted, pulled away when they wanted, showed up when they felt like it, and disappeared when something required depth or emotional responsibility. The Knight of Wands shows someone who confused freedom with carelessness and intensity with true presence. And while living in this back and forth, they failed to recognize the real value of the connection that existed with you. Next comes the Eight of Pentacles, revealing that this person was excessively focused on themselves, on their own projects, their own growth, their own world. They believed they first needed to fix themselves, get organized, find themselves, and that only afterward would there be time for love. The Eight of Pentacles shows an almost obsessive dedication to other areas of life, while the relationship was pushed into the background. Not because of lack of feeling, but because of emotional immaturity and the illusion that time would always be available, that you would always be there waiting. This illusion becomes even clearer with the Seven of Cups. This card shows confusion, wrong choices, distorted priorities, and the false sense that there would always be other possibilities, other paths, other chances. This person believed they could postpone important decisions, keep everything open, and avoid choosing now. The Seven of Cups reveals someone lost in fantasies, distractions, and inner promises that never materialized. Meanwhile, reality moved on, and you did not remain frozen in time. The tarot then deepens the impact of these choices with the Five of Swords. This card shows selfish actions, silent conflicts, unspoken words, emotional coldness, and decisions that cause deep pain. This person, trying to protect their own freedom or ego, ended up hurting someone who offered only love, care, and presence. The Five of Swords speaks of hollow victories, someone who won in the moment by maintaining control, distance, and comfort, but lost something far more valuable in the process. Today, they understand that they acted recklessly, prioritizing their own perspective without considering the emotional impact on you. This realization comes loaded with pain through the Five of Cups. This card reveals regret, sadness, and the late awareness of loss. This person begins to look back and see everything they dropped along the way. Moments not lived, conversations not had, actions not taken. The Five of Cups shows someone who now feels they may be losing you forever. There is anticipatory grief here, a feeling of what if, and why didn't I value it when I had it? The pain comes not only from longing, but from the awareness that their own immaturity caused this distance. Then, with undeniable force, the Death card appears. This card does not speak of an irreversible ending, but of radical and unavoidable transformation. Death shows that this person's old way of acting has died. The immature, careless, self-centered behavior no longer serves. This person understands that if they continue the same way, they will lose you definitively, and that is something they are not willing to accept. Death indicates that a cycle is ending once and for all so that another can be born. A cycle of greater awareness, greater presence, and greater commitment. This reading shows someone who has finally awakened to reality. Someone who realized that time is not infinite, that love does not wait forever, and that true connections do not survive neglect. This person understands that you were always a beautiful, rare, and destined romantic partner, but that they did not take the place they should have taken in your life. Not because they didn't want to, but because they did not know how to love with maturity. Now, this person is chasing lost time. There is a real urgency to correct what was done, to make amends for absences, emotional coldness, and selfish choices. They do not want this connection to die. They do not want your story to become just a memory of what could have been. That is why they are beginning to move differently, think differently, and act differently. The Knight of Wands now wants to use their energy to pursue, not to run. The Eight of Pentacles now wants to be dedication to the relationship, not only to self. The Seven of Cups dissolves, bringing clarity about what truly matters. The Five of Swords transforms into awareness of the mistake. The Five of Cups transforms into sincere regret. And the Death card seals the definitive transformation. This person understands that loving is not about waiting for the perfect moment, but about choosing every day. They realize that time pulled you apart because they believed time never would. Now reality asserts itself, and with it comes the decision to fight for what truly matters. They want to be with you. They want to invest. They want to try for real. They want to be the partner they were always meant to be. Not out of impulse, not only out of fear, but because now they know if they do not change, they lose you. And that is a loss they are not willing to accept. Does this person love only you, or do they love someone else? When I place these oracles on the table, I feel this person's heart opening in such a human, real way that it almost feels like I can hear their voice echoing here. Your question is clear, direct. Is there someone else, or are you the only one who lives inside their heart? And the cards come as an urgent response from the universe, bringing the truth you need to feel right now. The first message that appears is, I don't like all the attention you get. And here we already notice something important. This discomfort doesn't come from a lack of love, but from the excess of it. It's jealousy. It's fear of losing you. It's insecurity that arises precisely because this person feels you are someone too special. They're not worried about having someone else in their life. They're worried about the possibility of losing you to someone else. This hidden jealousy is, in fact, proof that their heart is already taken, and taken by you. Right after, the phrase, "I love the way you dress," appears. It may seem simple, but this confession shows how much this person notices every detail about you, how much they admire who you are, inside and out. This constant admiration reveals that their eyes are not on anyone else. They are on you. Every gesture, every trait, every detail is observed and kept as if it were a treasure. And then the most decisive card of all shows up. You are the only one for me. Here there is no room for doubt. This is the direct answer from the universe to your question. There is no one else occupying their heart. No matter the insecurities, no matter if they hide or repress their feelings, the truth is that you are the only one. You are the center of the love they feel. The phrase, "I feel very attracted to you," comes right after, filled with desire and intensity. This attraction is not just physical, it's energetic, spiritual. It's that feeling that just being near you makes everything fall into place. This magnetic force you both share is unique, and they cannot find it with anyone else. That's why, even when they try to deny it, this feeling keeps resurfacing within them even stronger. But then a vulnerable confession also appears. I repressed my emotions. This person held back too much, tried to hide, tried to act as if it was nothing. But all of that was just an attempt to protect themselves. And every repressed emotion only increased the pressure inside, until their heart could no longer stay silent. And the last message is, I didn't know what to say to you. How many times did silence weigh heavy? How many times did you want to hear something that never came? This phrase shows that the silence was not disinterest. It was the inability to handle the intensity of what they were feeling. They didn't know how to express it, couldn't find the words, but inside them, love kept growing, even when it wasn't spoken. As I read these confessions, I sense other invisible cards appearing. I see the flower of truth, showing that behind every silence and insecurity, there is one clear truth. Their heart belongs to you. I also see the shield of fear, revealing that the barriers you noticed were not a lack of love, but only attempts to protect themselves from vulnerability. And finally, the flame of exclusivity, a spiritual card that confirms this love is unique, non-transferable, and that there is no space for anyone else inside their heart. The universe answers clearly. This person may have hidden, may have gone silent, may have allowed doubts to appear, but there is no one else. You are the only one. You are the choice. You are the one who fills their dreams, their thoughts, and their soul. There is no other love competing for space. There is only your name engraved within them, as if it were impossible to erase. There are encounters that leave us shaken, and this one, in particular, affected you in a way that can't be explained logically. From the very first look, there was a strange familiarity, a magnetism that pulled without asking permission. When the Seal of Souls card appeared, it made it clear that this connection is not ordinary. There is an ancient pact that brought you together exactly at this moment. But the question that echoes is this a twin flame or a karmic relationship? The Mirror of Fire card was the second to appear, and it speaks of an intensity. With twin flames, this intensity comes with growth. With karmic relationships, it comes with repetition. The difference is subtle, but essential. Here I see that your energy blends both. It's as if there is a spiritual calling to recognize each other, but also a contract to heal old debts. Soon after, the unbreakable bond appeared, bringing that feeling that no matter how much you try to walk away, something always brings you back. This is typical of souls that have something to resolve. Sometimes it's pure and expansive love. Other times, it's a hard and challenging lesson. And you've probably felt both sides of this coin. The Invisible Chains card revealed that there is a repetitive pattern here. It might be in the way you fight, drift apart, or reconnect. And this is a sign that karma is involved. Not in the sense of punishment, but of learning. It's as if the universe is saying, until you resolve this, you'll keep repeating this cycle. Then came the ancestral flame, and its energy is deep. It shows that your meeting was written long before this lifetime. You may have met in other incarnations, in different roles, perhaps not even romantic, but always carrying this magnetic force. That's why the recognition was so immediate. You already know each other. The Awakening Mirror card brought an important point. This person reflects to you parts of yourself that you might prefer not to see. This can be uncomfortable because it forces you to look inward and face your own shadows. In a twin flame, this happens for growth. In karma, it happens as a cycle that only breaks when there is true change. Finally, the Guardian of Lessons closed this first sequence of cards, showing that regardless of whether it's a twin flame or karma, this relationship is a disguised master. What you learn from each other now will echo throughout your journey, and perhaps that's exactly the purpose of this connection. When the Knot of Destiny appeared, I felt as if ancient threads woven long before this life were pulling you toward the same point, even when you try to resist, even when pride speaks louder. It's not a coincidence. It never was. This bond carries a purpose that unfolds in layers, love and healing, light and shadow, meeting and testing. Love here doesn't just arrive to comfort, it arrives to stir, to shake, to expose what was hidden. And when I speak of karma, I don't mean punishment, but commitment. Agreements the soul made with itself to evolve. Soon after, the broken mirror presented itself. This card is almost like a portrait of you two reflections that recognize each other but are not entirely whole. There are cracks, some subtle, others deep. It's not meant to push away. It's meant to show where healing is needed. A twin flame will show you what is most beautiful and most painful in yourself. A karmic relationship will make you relive the same wounds until you learn to heal them. And you seem to be living both processes at once. The wheel of lives spun across the table as if to say, "You've been here before." And it's not a metaphor. In other lives, you've experienced different types of connections, perhaps as lovers, perhaps as family, maybe even as enemies. And the patterns that arise between you today are echoes of those other stories. Situations that repeat almost like an old script, but with the chance now to choose a different ending. The universe offers the stage, but you decide the scene. Then came the guardian of the circle, with a strong presence. It shows that no matter how intense everything is, you are protected within a safe energetic space. It's as if higher forces ensure that nothing escapes the control of what has been designed. Yes, it may hurt. Yes, it may confuse. But it's not meaningless destruction. It's refinement. Next, the protective fire burned into the reading. This card speaks of passion that warms and passion that burns, of desire that inspires and desire that suffocates. You have this fire, and it's rare. In twin flames, it expands. In karmic relationships, it consumes. It all depends on how it's used. Here, I feel the universe is asking for balance, because if the fire is left unchecked, it can burn everything down. But if cared for, it can illuminate paths you can't yet imagine. The keys of the soul appeared like a whisper. You have access to inner spaces in each other that no one else can reach. Perhaps that's why it's so hard to let go. It's as if you've opened doors that have been closed for lifetimes. And now what has been seen cannot be unseen. This key is a gift, but also a responsibility, because what is opened can heal or wound even more. Then, the breath of truth closed this sequence with the promise that sooner or later, clarity will come. It might be a deep conversation, a revealing dream, a sign from destiny, but the moment will come when you'll know exactly what this relationship is. And when that happens, you may realize that the label, twin flame, or karma, matters less than what you choose to do with what you've learned. And here is one certainty. Whatever the answer, this story has already changed who you are. And perhaps that was always the true purpose. When the soul mirror appeared, I felt it wanted to bring a deep silence. That moment when you stop and breathe because you realize this person was not just another chapter in your life. It's as if their soul had a direct reflection of yours. And that in itself is rare. The reflection is not only about beauty, it also shows the shadows. And it's in this contrast that you learn. Right after, the silent heart appeared, with an energy of restrained love. There is feeling, yes, but it's not being fully lived. Maybe out of fear, maybe due to circumstances, maybe because one of you still needs to mature before fully surrendering. It's like an open book that someone keeps closed, even knowing the pages are precious. The Bridge of Lives card showed that this story didn't start now. You've crossed this bridge in other lives, maybe more than once. And every time you meet, something inside you both recognizes and feels at peace, but also restless because it knows there's something to fulfill. The call of infinity came right after, reminding that some connections don't obey human time. This bond can endure years, silences, distances, and still remain alive. Infinity isn't just about eternal duration, it's about intensity that doesn't dissolve. The guardian of the flame confirmed that there is something precious here that must not be extinguished. Even if destiny changes the paths, even if life places other stories in between, this flame continues to exist. It may burn low, but it doesn't go out. Then, the lessons of the soul appeared, showing that deep down, this entire encounter, whether twin flame or karma, is about profound learning. Learning about love, about boundaries, about surrender, and also about knowing when to let go. Understanding that some stories are meant to be lived and others transformed. Finally, the portal of choice appeared as the final card. It shows that soon there will be a decisive moment. It might be a reunion, a conversation, or even a definitive silence that brings answers. And in that instant, you'll be able to look back and understand. This was a soul love that came to expand, or a karma that came to set you free. And whatever the answer, it doesn't diminish the impact of this story in your life, because what is truly felt is never lost. Today, as I connected with the energy of this reading, I felt something shifting, like a breeze that starts softly but already carries the scent of change in the air. A change that maybe you're already sensing, deep in your chest. You know that feeling that something is about to happen, even when everything around you still looks the same. That's the soul recognizing the signs before the eyes can see them. And the question that lingers is this distance, this silence, this separation, this emptiness about to end? The first card that fell was the activated path card, and it made me feel warmth in my chest. It shows that energetically, the path between you is beginning to open. Even if there's still silence, even if you're physically or emotionally apart, something is already moving. This person's soul misses you, feels the absence, and more than that, feels desire. The desire to close the gap, the desire to be near again, to feel you not only in thought, but through touch, through your gaze, through presence. Next came the long wait card, confirming that this distance has hurt a lot, and you weren't the only one who suffered. This person also carried the absence like a burden. They may have pretended to be fine, may have gone on with life as if nothing was missing, but deep down, you were missing. The affection was missing, the conversations, that unique connection that doesn't happen twice. Then came the longing that brings closer card, with a strong message. The longing is not just tightening, it's pushing. Pushing this person to think, to rethink their actions, to consider coming back. The longing is turning into action, into a desire to close the space between you. And the universe is supporting it. The universe and conspiracy card appeared right after. And this card is always emotional. It shows that higher energies are working in favor of your reconnection, that signs are being sent, that meetings are being prepared, that spirit is working behind the scenes to bring you back together. None of this is coincidence. Not your feelings, not theirs, not even your presence here, reading this now. The heart called by name card shows that this person thinks about you, calls you in their thoughts. Maybe they've dreamed of you in recent days. Maybe they've looked at their phone wondering if they should message you. Maybe they held back, but they thought about it. And that alone is a sign that this distance won't last much longer. Because when the heart calls, the body follows, sooner or later. Then I pulled the blessing of the reunion card and felt a wave of warmth. It speaks of meetings written even before they happen, of reconnections that are part of a greater plan, of reunions that bring healing. This card shows that you will still see each other. You will still talk. You will still have the chance to look one another in the eye and say what's been left unsaid. The illusory barrier card came next. It brings an important revelation. The distance between you may seem huge, but much of it is fueled by fear, pride, and insecurity. It's not the universe creating a block. It's the wounds, the doubts, the silences. And that's liberating because it means the distance can end. It's not permanent. It can be transformed. There is still time to rewrite this story. The Living Seed card also appeared, and it speaks of a feeling that even without care, even without presence, still survives. It still beats. It still waits, like a little plant that even in drought holds life in its roots. And this plant is about to bloom, because the love between you is still there. Hidden maybe, but not gone. And here's something strong. The unsent message card fell next. It shows that this person has already thought of reaching out to you, already wrote something and deleted it, already thought of saying hi and gave up. But that's changing. The impulse is growing, and the universe is pushing it to happen. The desire to come closer is overcoming the fear. The spiritual encounter card appeared now, and it's beautiful because it shows that even before you meet again in person, your souls are already meeting in the spiritual plane. They're exchanging energy, vibrating together, preparing for the reunion. Physical distance may exist, but spiritually you're growing closer. And finally, 3 cards came out together to close the reading with clarity. The Bridge of Love, the Soul's Decision, and Divine Timing Fulfilled. The Bridge of Love shows that a path is being built between you, and that path is almost complete. The Soul's Decision says this person is leaning toward returning, toward getting closer, toward ending the separation. And Divine Timing Fulfilled confirms that the moment is arriving, that the distance between you is in fact about to end. So the answer is clear. Yes, this distance is hanging by a thread. It's about to be overcome. Because love still exists. Because longing has turned into momentum. And because the universe is already opening the way. Trust. Take care of your heart. Get ready. Because the reunion is much closer than you think. They will talk to you. They waited for the right moment to confess. The Page of Swords opens this reading showing someone who has been observing silently for a long time. This person pays attention to every detail of the querent, the way you speak, how you position yourself, how you think, how you react to life situations. There is a constant curiosity, almost vigilant, but not invasive. It is a careful, intelligent, strategic observation. This person thinks a lot before acting. They analyze scenarios, risks, and possibilities. And from the very first moment, they realize that the querent is not an ordinary person. There is something about you that awakens deep mental admiration, that desire to talk for hours to understand how you think, how you see the world, how you feel. The Queen of Wands makes it clear why this person was so impacted. The querent radiates presence. You are confident without being arrogant, charismatic without effort, secure without needing to prove anything. There is a living, warm, magnetic energy about you that naturally draws attention. This person feels that you light up environments, that you have a rare inner strength, a mix of sensuality, emotional intelligence, and spontaneity. Being near you feels inspiring, and that, at the same time that it enchants, also intimidates, because this person knows they cannot approach you just any way. The Queen of Wands demands presence at the same level. The Ten of Pentacles shows that this person does not see the querent as a fleeting passion or a momentary interest. On the contrary, they imagine structure, continuity, something that lasts over time. There is a very clear vision of the future here. This person feels that you would be a life partner, someone to build with, share with, and grow alongside. They imagine emotional stability, practical partnership, mutual support, a shared life that makes sense not only now, but in the long run. That is what makes everything even more serious. It is not just desire, it is a projection of life. Judgment marks the turning point. For a long time, this person stayed paused, waiting, observing, trying to understand whether it was the right moment. There were real obstacles in the past. Unresolved situations, people involved, contexts that could generate conflict or wear if they approached romantically. Because of that, they chose silence. Not for lack of interest, but for prudence. But now something changes internally. Judgment indicates a strong, almost inevitable call. This person feels that if they do not act now, they may lose the opportunity forever. It is as if life were saying, either you take a stand or this story passes by. The Seven of Cups reveals the confusion this person lived with for a long time. They were afraid of creating expectations, afraid of idealizing too much, afraid of deceiving themselves or deceiving the querent. At the same time, thoughts arose like, am I seeing too much? Is this real or just admiration? Would she see me the same way? This card shows internal doubts, contained fantasies, imagined scenarios that never materialized because there was a lack of courage to leave the mental plane. The Seven of Cups also shows that this person sees many possibilities in life, but none seem as complete as the idea of being with the querent. The Two of Swords speaks of the block that was created. Even feeling all of this person froze. They placed heart and mind on opposite sides. On one side, the desire to approach, to speak, to try. On the other, the fear of causing problems, of getting involved in something complex, of not being reciprocated, or of entering at the wrong time. They tried to convince themselves that waiting was the best path. They pretended neutrality. They pretended everything was under control. But this card shows that this neutrality was unsustainable. The feeling remained there, pulsing, asking for space. The Six of Swords closes the reading, showing the decision to leave this state of suspension. This person understands that they need to cross this emotional river, even without having all the guarantees. They are leaving behind the posture of merely observing and beginning to move toward action. It is not an abrupt or impulsive movement. It is gradual, careful, respectful. They want to approach little by little, talk, create a bond, show who they are. Let the querent get to know them at the right pace. There is a clear intention not to pressure, not to invade, not to frighten. This person feels that the moment has arrived because the energies have changed. The obstacles of the past no longer carry the same weight. The circumstances are more favorable. And above all, they understand that the querent deserves someone who has the courage to take a stand, even with fear. The Page of Swords now wants to become words, conversation, real exchange. The Queen of Wands inspires action. The Ten of Pentacles gives purpose. Judgment demands decision. They do not arrive promising everything all at once. They arrive with genuine interest, true curiosity, deep respect. They want to show, through consistent actions, that they see the querent as someone special, someone worth trying for. There is a real desire to build something beautiful, healthy, and lasting, without games, without confusion, without excessive haste, but also without omission. This person truly believes that you could make a great couple, and now they are ready to leave the place of someone who only observes and take the place of someone who participates, talks, takes a stand, and allows the story to finally begin. And if you like this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the updates for your zodiac sign. I let my pride speak louder, but today I see our love of her. This reading begins with the Emperor, showing exactly the stance this person took for a long time within the connection. A rigid, controlling posture, based on the need to have dominance over the situation, over feelings, and even over the pace at which everything should happen. This person wanted to lead everything their way, in their time, in the way that was most comfortable and favorable for them, without realizing how much this directly affected you. There was a great difficulty in yielding, in being flexible, in truly listening to the other side. And this did not come only from a conscious choice. It came from a very strong pride, from a need to protect themselves emotionally, to not appear vulnerable, to not lose control of their own reality. The Five of Swords comes in showing that this posture brought consequences. This person, in many moments, prioritized winning arguments, maintaining their own reasoning, sustaining their own point of view, even if that meant wearing down the relationship. These were impulsive attitudes, decisions made in the heat of the moment, behaviors that generated unnecessary conflicts and caused the connection to lose its lightness. They did not realize it, but every time they chose pride, they moved further away. Every time they insisted on being right, they created more emotional distance. And this accumulated, creating a history of wear and tear that today they can see with much more clarity. The Seven of Wands reinforces this constant state of defense. This person positioned themselves all the time as if they were being attacked, as if they needed to justify everything, as if they needed to sustain their stance at any cost. It was as if lowering their guard meant losing, and because of that, they did not allow themselves to listen with empathy. They did not allow themselves to see the impact of their own actions. They were more concerned with staying firm in their own position than with taking care of the connection. And this created a difficult environment where you often did not feel understood, did not feel welcomed, did not feel like a priority. Over time, this dynamic became unsustainable. And the most important thing is that today, this person recognizes it. The Page of Pentacles brings this new awareness, more humble, more open, more willing to learn. They begin to look back and understand that they did not know how to handle it, that they did not have enough emotional maturity, that they acted selfishly and recklessly in many moments. And this recognition no longer comes loaded with justifications. It comes with responsibility. They understand that it was not fate, it was not circumstances, it was not only external factors, it was the way they acted. They realized that the instability that existed in the connection was a direct consequence of their actions. That the insecurity that was created did not come out of nowhere, that the distance, the discouragement, and even your current resistance are reflections of this past behavior. and this weighs on them because now they understand the value of what they had in their hands and did not know how to take care of. The Emperor reappears here as an energy that needs to be redefined because they realize they use this strength in a distorted way. Instead of being someone who protects, who supports, who offers security, they were someone who dominated, imposed, wanted to control everything. And that does not build, it pushes away. This realization is very important because it shows growth. They begin to understand that emotional leadership is not imposition, that strength is not rigidity, and that presence is not control. The magician comes in bringing the possibility of change. This person understands that it is not enough just to recognize. They need to act differently. They need to build a new way of relating. They need to learn to position themselves with more balance. They need to develop empathy. They need to listen more. They need to consider the other side. They want to do things differently, not out of obligation, but because now they see the value of the connection and understand that if they want to rebuild something, they cannot repeat the same patterns. They no longer want to act out of pride. They no longer want to make decisions based on ego. They no longer want to close themselves off emotionally to avoid vulnerability. They want to learn to love in a more conscious, more mature, more present way. They want to become someone who adds, who builds, who strengthens, and not someone who destabilizes. This reading shows someone who has finally left the defensive position and started to look within. Someone who recognizes their mistakes, who understands the impact of their actions, and who truly wants to change. But it also shows someone who knows that wanting is not enough. It is necessary to prove it through actions, and that is what they intend to do. They understand that things may have reached a delicate point, that you may no longer have the same energy, the same enthusiasm, the same trust. And they accept that because they know it was built from their own choices. But at the same time, they do not want to give up. They want to try to rebuild. They want to show that it can be different. They want to act with more responsibility from now on. This person now sees the love that exists between you much more clearly. They see the value, they see the potential, they see what could have been and still can be. And this new vision makes them want to act with more care, more respect, more awareness. They no longer want to be right, they want to have the relationship. And that is the biggest change this reading shows. I don't want to be alone anymore. I want to be with you, and that's why I'm coming back. The Four of Cups opens this reading as a faithful portrait of a long period of emotional denial. This person spent a long time believing they didn't need anyone, that relationships were not a priority, that single life was simpler, lighter, and safer. But deep down, this was never an absolute truth. It was a limiting belief, created as a form of protection. The Four of Cups shows someone who refused emotional opportunities, not because they didn't feel, but because they were afraid of getting involved, afraid of depending, afraid of getting hurt. This person convinced themselves that it was better not to want than to want and lose. Over time, the energy of the Nine of Pentacles comes in, showing that they truly experienced independence, autonomy, and life alone. They managed to get by, support themselves, organize their life, build their own routine, and even feel proud out of it. But the Nine of Pentacles here doesn't speak only of self-sufficiency. It speaks of someone who, despite being strong and independent, began to notice a quiet emptiness, They had everything except someone to share life with, and that detail started to weigh more than they expected. The Page of Cups appears as the emotional awakening. In the midst of solitude, this person began to feel again. They felt longing, nostalgia, the desire to share small moments, the desire to laugh together, to talk, to exchange affection. The Page of Cups shows that their heart began to open again in a shy, sensitive, and honest way. They began to admit to themselves that they wanted love, that they wanted connection, that they wanted someone special. And whenever they thought about this, the image of the querent appeared very clearly. The King of Wands appears showing a change in posture. This person stopped being emotionally passive. They understood that if they remained still, they would lose something important. The King of Wands brings action, decision, and courage. This person realized they needed to own what they felt, step out of their comfort zone, and act. They understood that love also requires attitude, presence, and initiative. It was no longer possible to wait for life to solve on its own what only they could resolve. The reading lights up with the star, revealing the deep healing process that took place during this time apart. This card shows that spirituality worked intensely on this person. It cleared old beliefs, past pains, inherited fears, and distorted ideas about relationships. The star speaks of renewed hope, restored faith, and trust in love again. This person began to believe once more that they could, yes, live something beautiful, light, and true, especially with you. Next comes Temperance, bringing emotional balance. This card shows that this person learned to harmonize reason and emotion. They left the extremes behind, neither the fear of loving nor reckless impulsiveness. Temperance shows someone more mature, more centered, more aware of what they want and what they can offer. They now understand that a relationship is not a prison, but a partnership. That being together is not losing freedom, but gaining exchange, support, and mutual growth. The Nine of Cups confirms the truth of this person's heart. This card speaks of emotional fulfillment, deep satisfaction, and true happiness. They now understand that the joy they sought in single life never compared to the happiness they feel when thinking about being with you. The Nine of Cups shows that their real desire was always to love and be loved, and that you represent exactly that. It is not neediness, it is recognition. The Knight of Swords enters, bringing urgency. After so much reflection, healing, and maturity, this person feels they need to act now. The Knight of Swords speaks of someone who wants to talk, explain, take a stand, and tell the truth without beating around the bush. They no longer want to hold in what they feel or waste time. There is very strong mental clarity that they need to come to you, talk about the regret, own the desire, and change the direction of this story. Finally, the Six of Swords closes the reading, showing a definitive transition. This person is leaving behind the phase of emotional isolation, limiting beliefs, and denial of love. The Six of Swords speaks of moving toward calmer, more conscious, and more truthful waters. They understand that life as a couple, when there is love, respect, and admiration, is much better than solitude disguised as freedom. They are ready to cross this emotional bridge and begin a new chapter by your side. This reading tells the story of someone who needed to live solitude to understand that it wasn't what they wanted, who needed to step away to heal, mature, and clear beliefs that blocked love, who needed to be alone to recognize the value of sharing life. The Four of Cups shows emotional denial. The Nine of Pentacles shows lived independence. The Page of Cups shows the awakening of the heart. The King of Wands shows the decision to act. The Star shows spiritual healing. Temperance shows emotional balance. The Nine of Cups shows the true desire. The Knight of Swords shows the urgency of truth. The Six of Swords shows the crossing into a new cycle. Today, this person knows they were wrong to think it was better to be alone. They understand that love doesn't take away, it adds. That partnership doesn't trap, it strengthens. And that life as a couple, especially with someone you truly love, is infinitely better than any comfortable solitude. They regret it, they matured, they healed, and now they are going after you to say exactly this: that they want to be by your side, that they want to share life, and that they realized with total clarity that loving you is much better than being alone. And if you like this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with your signs updates. I need to talk to you. I'm going crazy and I can't take this silence anymore. When I spread the cards before me, the energy that crosses me is of a heart that has burst the borders of silence. Like a dam, after so long holding back the current, finally opening to let love flow. There's an urgent, burning, inevitable call. I'm going crazy missing you. I can't take it anymore. I need to talk to you. This person held back for a long time the impulse to talk, to return, to declare themselves, trying to find the perfect excuse, the perfect reason, the perfect security. They tried to tidy their inner house, fix their mind, organize their finances, align their life, and while they did all that, the lack of you grew like a rising tide. Now the tide has turned. The heart has decided it will not wait for an ideal scenario, because the ideal scenario is being by your side. The Ace of Cups bursts forth as the first key of this secret. The cup that overflows, the spring that gushes again, the first breath of a love that never stopped existing. It is pure feeling, without masks, without justifications, without calculations. When this card takes the center of the field, it says, "The heart understood." It's not about having the perfect words or presenting a report of everything that changed. It's about love, and that's it. This ace explains why longing has turned into urgency. Because love grew in silence, matured in distance, gained strength in the hours when this person tried to convince themselves they needed to be ready. Love didn't ask permission. Love simply grew bigger than the walls. And from here, everything begins. But between overflowing and speaking, there is the story that was lived. And that's where the Nine of Wands stands as a guardian. This card is the portrait of sleepless nights, of defenses this person built, of walls they raised to protect themselves from their own feelings. It is the posture of someone saying, "I can take a little more," while their shoulders already ache. The Nine of Wands confesses that there was procrastination, not from lack of desire, but from fear. Fear of not having enough, fear of not being good enough, fear of reaching out to you without a flawless plan. It's also the card of resistance that never broke. Despite everything, the flame stayed lit. It reveals that this person went through trials, external demands, endless tasks, and even so, deep down, kept you as their last fortress. The Nine of Wands explains the delay. The Ace of Cups explains why there can be no more delay. And then, when the heart overflows and the guard drops, life makes a complete turn. The world appears as the door that opens, the cycle that ends so another can begin. This card closes the season of doubt, of waiting, of one day I will, and begins the chapter of I'm going now. The world is coronation and crossing. After trying to be flawless before reaching out to you, this person recognizes that perfection was only a trap to postpone the truth. The world says the line of hesitation has ended. It connects everything. The love that overflows, Ace of Cups, finds the courage to pass through the gate, Nine of Wands, crosses the arch of a completed cycle, and steps decisively into the side of reunion, side of confession, of sincere conversation. It is life saying, enough of rehearsals, step onto the stage. It's the closed map, the full circle, the certainty that wherever this person looked, in the end, it always led to you. And because loving is also putting hands into matter, the Page of Pentacles arrives as the simple gesture that changes everything. This card is the note that comes, the message sent, the literal invitation. Can I see you? Can we talk? It is the learning of humble love, not a grand speech, not empty promises, but an honest, concrete, tangible step. The Page of Pentacles brings the offering that fits in the palm of the hand, but weighs in the heart. I want to begin, and I will prove it. It connects the world to the everyday, turns epiphany into action, longing into presence. It proves that this person will no longer hide behind excuses. They will study you again, relearn your timing, relearn your tastes, relearn how to be a partner, with consistency, with care, with presence. Thus, the cards form a luminous bridge. The Ace of Cups lights the why, I love. The Nine of Wands explains the when and how. I resisted, I feared, I held on, but I didn't break. The world decides the what now, the waiting is over, action begins. The Page of Pentacles lays the first brick. I'll come, I'll talk, I'll set the meeting, I'll commit. They do not contradict, they complete each other. The Ace gives the fuel, the Nine confesses the journey, the world opens the portal, the Page crosses it. It is the perfect choreography of the heart when it finally chooses to live. On the subtle plane, I feel invisible cards reinforcing the crossing. The blade of truth cuts the ties of procrastination. No more when I have. No more as soon as. The flame of courage warms the throat so that the words come whole, without fear, without detours, without ellipses that delay the essential. The divine clock marks the right time, not the perfect hour on reason's calendar, but the exact moment in the compass of the soul. The open portal shines beside the world, saying that life has already aligned signs, encounters, coincidences for this conversation to happen. This person has realized that while they waited to gather all arguments and guarantees, the only thing that really accumulated was longing. They realized financial stability doesn't warm the chest at night, that an organized mind doesn't silence the memory of your laughter, that no list of reasons replaces an embrace. They realize that love, when delayed, becomes a knot, when lived, becomes home. And that's why they've decided they will no longer rehearse. They will show up. Inside, the speech is already ready. And it's not made of grand phrases. It's made of truth. It will sound something like this. I wanted to give you the world. And while I tried, I discovered the world without you is only a map. I wanted to deserve you. And while I earned things, I understood what I needed was to deserve you in presence. I wanted to be ready. And I learned readiness comes by walking side by side. I love you. I'm coming. Notice how the oracle tells a story that goes from the invisible to the concrete. The Ace of Cups reveals the reason for I'm going crazy missing you. The Nine of Wands explains the delay, the armor, the vigilance, the fatigue of protecting oneself from their own feelings. The world closes the notebook of excuses and opens the book of reunion. And the Page of Pentacles knocks at your door with something you can hold. A time, a place, a plan, a constancy. It is love leaving thought and entering agenda, gesture, life. If you notice more signs in the coming days, a message that comes late at night, a simple invitation, a text too sincere to have been written casually. No, it is the Page of Pentacles in action, carrying the Ace of Cups in their bag, crossing with courage through the Nine of Wands, beneath the luminous arch of the world. What was once one day has become today. What was longing has become path. What was fear has become step. And all of this points to the same direction, you. In the end, the reading returns what the heart already knew. This person will not wait for the ideal scenario anymore because they've understood that the ideal scenario is the truth spoken to your ear. The meeting arranged, the life resumed in two. Longing here is not only pain, it is compass. Love here is not only promise, it is choice. And the choice has been made. The portal is open. The conversation is coming. The first gesture has already begun inside them. And when it reaches your door, you will recognize the glow. It is the Ace of Cups in the eyes, the Nine of Wands scarred on the skin, the world in the decisive steps, and the Page of Pentacles in the hands. Offering, simple and immense, the new beginning destiny wrote for you. Even with everything falling apart, I want to be yours. When the energy of this reading opens, the first thing that can be felt is a tense emotional thread, full of crossed stories, difficult choices, and a destiny being pushed into alignment, even if slowly. The title vibrates like a truth this person carries deep in their chest and needs to say. Even though everything is slow and chaotic, they want to belong to you, and only you. The cards confirm this process, each one revealing a piece of the story, a piece of the pain, a piece of the hope, and a piece of the certainty of this love. The Three of Cups appears first and clearly shows that there is a third energy in this situation. A previous relationship that was no longer aligned, no longer loving, no longer alive, but still needed to be properly closed. This card reveals that this person had been emotionally distant from that relationship for a long time. But there were ties, routines, shared spaces, and maybe responsibilities that made the detachment difficult. The Three of Cups here does not represent an active love triangle. It represents the need to finalize something that no longer made sense, while the heart was already seeking another place, another person, another destiny. And that destiny was you. This person felt that so strongly that they could no longer ignore it, but they needed to close one door before opening another. Temperance appears next, bringing the energy of patience, balance, and divine timing. This card is the heart of the reading. It speaks of healing, transition, and movements that cannot be rushed because they need to happen with serenity and truth. Temperance shows that this person is trying to do what is right, even if it's taking longer than expected. They don't want to skip steps, create more pain, or leave unnecessary wounds behind. They want to end the old with respect and begin the new with purity. Temperance is the assurance that even if it takes time, everything is unfolding exactly as it must. It is the universe aligning situations, cutting ties, opening paths, all in the perfect rhythm. Then the tarot reveals the Knight of Pentacles, confirming this person's slow but steady movement. The Knight of Pentacles is the energy of deep commitment that doesn't act impulsively, but responsibly. This person wants to belong to you truthfully, not hastily. This card shows that they are building the road toward you step by step, each step with intention, each move with purpose. The Knight of Pentacles does not fail, does not retreat, does not get lost. He only takes a little longer because he wants everything to be solid. He is coming, not in the timing of human anxiety, but in the timing of certainty. He knows what he wants, and what he wants is you. At the spiritual core of the reading appears the Six of Cups, and here lies the reason everything feels so strong. This card speaks of soul memories, karmic reunions, connections that cannot be explained logically. The Six of Cups shows that this person feels something for you they have never felt before, something deep, familiar, and tender. It's as if you were a memory they rediscovered, a love they recognized before living it fully. This card shows that your emotional history does not begin here. It began in another lifetime, and now it is being resumed. The Six of Cups explains why this person cannot forget you, why they miss you even when trying to distance themselves, why they feel peace when they think of you. It is soul love, a reunion of lives. But the tarot also shows the weight and pain of this process through the Five of Swords. This card reveals the conflicts, arguments, attacks, and heavy energies this person faced when trying to end the previous relationship. The Five of Swords shows that the other person did not accept the ending, that there were verbal fights, emotional pressure, attempts at manipulation, demands, and even emotional blackmail. It was a difficult, draining, painful stage. This person came out emotionally worn, exhausted, drained, but did not give up. Even in the midst of this chaos, they continued moving forward, firm in their decision to close what no longer belonged. The Five of Swords shows that this process was not light, but also that it is nearing its end. It is the last battle before peace. The story the cards tell is clear. This person took time because they had to close a difficult cycle, because they had to face arguments, tears, confrontations, and resistance. Ending a relationship is not simple, and in their case it was even heavier because the other person refused to let go. But the tarot is very clear. The ending will happen because it is already energetically decided, because this person no longer belongs to that relationship, because their soul has already chosen another path, the path that leads to you. Temperance and the Knight of Pentacles confirm that divine timing is reorganizing everything. The universe is guiding, protecting, opening doors, dissolving conflicts, clearing the way. The Six of Cups shows that this movement does not come from the mind. It comes from the soul, from a deep connection between you that cannot be ignored. This person wants you to know that they are on their way to you, that this delay is not from lack of love, but because everything had to be resolved the right way. They want to be with you without shadows, without burdens, without secrets, without unfinished business. They want to open their heart with truth, with freedom, with devotion. And even in the hardest moments, even in the arguments, even in the pressure, even on days when everything seemed impossible, they did not give up. Because they know deep down that you are their destiny. You are the person they want to walk with. You are the love they chose. The tarot shows that this story has a divinely appointed time, and that time is approaching. The energies are shifting. The conflicts are dissolving. The doors are opening. The end of the wait is closer than it seems, and when this person finally comes to you, it will be with truth, with love, with intention, and with the certainty that the past is behind and that their future is beside you. It's time for me to offer you all my love. This reading begins with the Wheel of Fortune, showing that this connection has gone through very important cycles to reach the present moment. Nothing between you happened in a linear way. There were ups and downs, periods of closeness, periods of distance, moments when it seemed everything would move forward, and others when nothing seemed to make sense. But the Wheel of Fortune shows that all of this was part of a greater process of growth, transformation, and preparation. This person needed to go through specific experiences to become someone more conscious, more grounded, and more prepared to live a true love with you. For a long time, they felt they had not yet reached the level of stability they wished to offer within a serious relationship. There was a very strong inner pressure related to their image, career, financial life, and even the social position they occupied. This person wanted to feel secure within their own reality first, so they could then share their life with someone in a more solid way. And that is exactly what the Seven of Pentacles shows. A long period of building, effort, and patience. The Seven of Pentacles speaks of someone who planted many seeds thinking about the future. This person spent a long time working on themselves, trying to grow emotionally, professionally, and financially. Many times, while doing that, they seemed distant, absent, or even uninterested in the connection. But deep down, they were not pulling away because they did not care, but because they felt they needed to reach a certain level of maturity and structure before truly giving themselves in the way they wanted. This reading shows someone who was afraid of offering too little, afraid of not being ready, afraid of not being able to sustain what they felt. So they chose to wait, chose to work on themselves first, chose to build something more solid before taking bigger steps in this connection. The problem is that from the outside, this often looked like coldness or lack of priority. But internally, there was a lot of planning, a lot of thinking about the future, and a deep desire to do everything the right way. The Ten of Pentacles shows exactly what this person wanted to achieve. This is not only about money or material stability, but about the feeling of having something consistent to share with you. They wanted to feel capable of offering security, stability, structure, and a concrete future. This person did not want to live something superficial or improvised. They wanted to build something lasting, something with a real foundation. There is someone here who understands love as construction, as partnership, as emotional and material stability at the same time. And that is why they took this process of preparation so seriously. The Ten of Pentacles shows that now they are beginning to feel they have finally reached a more balanced point in their life. Not because everything is perfect, but because they no longer feel as insecure as before. There is more self-esteem, more clarity about who they are, and more confidence in what they can offer within a relationship. The Chariot appears showing that, after so much preparation, this person finally wants to act. They no longer want to only plan or imagine the future. They want to begin building that future in a concrete way. The Chariot speaks of movement, decision, and direction. This person feels that now they can move forward with more confidence without so much indecision or fear. There is a very important shift here. Before, they felt they needed to hide behind work, responsibilities, or the search for stability. Now they feel they have already built enough to begin living what they truly desire emotionally. And what they desire is you. The Six of Wands reinforces this energy of achievement and confidence. This person feels proud of the path they have traveled and feels they are finally more prepared to live this love in a mature way. There is a sense of inner victory here, like someone who faced many personal challenges and can now see their own growth. This reading shows that the distance was never empty. It was never an absence of feeling. It was never a lack of love. It was preparation. It was construction. It was an attempt to become a better person before returning to you. This person wanted to come back more whole, more secure, more grounded, because they feel you deserve that. The Wheel of Fortune shows that now the cycle has changed. That phase of distance, silent building, and preparation is beginning to come to an end. The Seven of Pentacles shows everything that was cultivated during this time. The Ten of Pentacles shows the structure they wanted to achieve. The Chariot shows the decision to finally move forward. And the Six of Wands shows the confidence born after this entire process. This person wants you to understand that they never stopped thinking about your future together. Even when they seemed distant, there was an emotional plan unfolding inside them. They were trying to build a more mature version of themselves so they could live this connection in a healthier, safer, and more solid way. And now they feel the time has come. Time to stop only planning and start living. Time to turn feeling into action. Time to share everything they have built. Time to offer love completely without fear and without insecurity. This reading speaks of someone who spent a long time preparing the ground so they could finally live what they always wanted by your side. And now that they feel stronger, more balanced, and more ready, this person wants to take real steps within the connection. Firm, secure steps, thought out for the long term. Because to them, you are not just a passing passion. You are someone they want to build a life with. And if you enjoyed this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on the energies of your sign. Returning to take on a serious relationship and share prosperity with you. The Six of Cups opens this reading by bringing to the surface a bond that was never lost over time. There is an old, deep connection here that has crossed life stages, difficult choices, and long periods of silence. This person has always carried you in their heart in a pure, almost untouched way, like a living memory that never lost its value. This is not just nostalgia, but a feeling that remained intact, carefully guarded, like something precious that could not be wasted at the wrong moment. Since that time, this person knew that what they felt for you was different from anything they had ever experienced. The Nine of Cups reveals that even at a distance, this person always knew that you represented a deep desire of the heart. A true desire, not a superficial one. They never stopped feeling emotional fulfillment when thinking of you, even when life demanded difficult choices and painful separations. The Nine of Cups shows that, deep down, they always knew that true happiness would be by your side, but they felt they were not yet worthy of living this love as it deserved. Because of that, they chose to wait, mature, and prepare themselves, rather than approach you without having something solid to offer. The Four of Pentacles explains the emotional closure that happened in the past. It was not disinterest, nor coldness, nor lack of love. It was fear of not being enough, fear of not being able to sustain a relationship in the right way. This person closed off because they felt they first needed to build a solid foundation, especially in their financial life. They believed that love without structure could turn into frustration, and they did not want to involve you during a time of instability, insecurity, or lack. So they held their feelings in, guarded their heart, and chose the hardest path: silent waiting. The Seven of Wands shows how much this person had to fight alone during that period. Nothing was easy. There was competition, challenges, pressure, and both internal and external demands. Many times they had to prove their worth, defend themselves from circumstances, and persist when everything seemed to push them toward giving up. This card speaks of resistance, of someone who refused to fall even when exhausted because they had a clear goal: to become someone capable of offering security, stability, and pride to the person by their side. And even in the hardest moments, thinking about you gave them strength to keep going. The Ace of Pentacles appears as the great turning point in this story. It shows that this person achieved what they had been seeking: stability, opportunities, material growth, and a concrete foundation for the future. This ace does not represent only money, but also self-worth, self-confidence, and the ability to build something lasting. Now they feel ready to share, ready to divide their achievements, ready to offer a solid relationship with real plans and a long-term vision. What was once only a distant dream has now become possible. The sun illuminates this entire reading, bringing clarity, joy, and truth. This person is now living a moment of realization and lucidity. They clearly see the path they walked and understand that everything happened at the right time. The sun shows that the love they feel for you was never extinguished, only waiting for the right moment to bloom without fear, insecurity, or limitations. There is genuine happiness connected to the idea of speaking to you again, seeing you again, and finally living this connection in an open, honest, and complete way. The Page of Pentacles reveals the practical intention behind this return. This person does not want only to talk, reminisce, or ease the longing. They want to start something new, with responsibility, planning, and commitment. The Page of Pentacles speaks of someone who comes with a concrete proposal, with well-thought-out steps, with the desire to build something from the ground up, now with maturity. There is a real desire to invest in the relationship, to care for it, to plan the future, and to do everything in a correct, respectful, and safe way. Then the High Priestess appears, bringing the deepest and most spiritual aspect of this connection. This card shows that, even in silence and at a distance, there was always an energetic bond between you. Intuitively, this person felt when you thought of them, when you changed, when you grew. The feeling never needed to be spoken to exist. It was always there, kept in the heart and protected by time. The High Priestess speaks of a love that did not fade because it was anchored in the soul, not just in circumstances. Now, this person feels that the cycle of preparation has ended. They understand that they no longer need to wait, hide, or postpone. They feel that the moment has come to go to you, to talk with calm, maturity, and truth. There is a clear intention here to ask for your hand, to assume a serious commitment, to build a life together based on trust, prosperity, and real partnership. They want to share not only what they have achieved materially, but also the wisdom, emotional stability, and future vision they gained over the years. This reading speaks of someone who never forgot you, who only waited to become the right person to choose you in the right way. Now, with an open heart, an organized life, and aligned paths, they feel they can finally live this love without fear. The return does not come impulsively. It comes consciously. It does not come from lack, it comes from security. It does not come empty, it comes abundant. What is approaching is a deep conversation, a serious proposal, and an invitation to build something lasting. This person does not want to repeat the past. They want to honor the feeling that always existed and transform it into a solid, happy, and prosperous story by your side. And if you liked this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the videos for your zodiac sign. I am no longer afraid to love you, and I will talk to you, Tampu. This reading begins with the Eight of Swords, and it describes exactly this person's emotional state for a long time. Trapped, stuck, confused, surrounded by their own thoughts. It wasn't an external prison, it was internal. It was fear, insecurity, shame of feeling so much. This person found themselves facing a very strong connection with you, but instead of allowing themselves to live it, they began to shut down. They started to create barriers, started to run away, started to deny what was evident inside them. The Eight of Swords shows someone who limits themselves by believing they can't, shouldn't, or are not capable of dealing with what they feel. And this feeling was not small. The Two of Cups makes that very clear. There is a soul connection here, a true emotional affinity, a deep recognition. It's not just attraction. It's not just interest. It's something that touches a more intimate, more sensitive level. And it was exactly this intensity that scared this person. Because when something is that real, it demands surrender, demands courage, demands that we show ourselves in a real way. And that activated all the fears they already carried. They started to run away from the feeling, run away from the closeness, run away from the possibility. The Eight of Swords together with the Four of Pentacles shows this movement of closing off. They tried to protect themselves, tried to maintain control, tried to hold everything inside so they wouldn't be exposed. They believed if they didn't speak, didn't show it, didn't get closer, they could avoid pain, avoid rejection, avoid vulnerability. So they distanced themselves, disappeared, created excuses, chose other paths, other people, other situations that seemed safer, less intense. But none of that worked. On the contrary, every time they tried to deny it, the feeling came back stronger. Every time they distanced themselves, the connection felt even more present. Every time they pretended they felt nothing, something inside them screamed that it wasn't true. And this began to create internal conflict. They started to realize they were fighting against something that wouldn't go away, that wouldn't fade, that wouldn't disappear with time. And that's where an important turning point in this reading comes in. The Six of Wands shows the moment when they begin to see this connection not as a weakness, but as something valuable. They begin to understand that feeling something so real is not something to be ashamed of, not something to feel guilty about. On the contrary, it is something rare, something few people have the chance to experience. And this starts to change how they see the situation. They understand that running away was not strength, that denying was not maturity, that hiding was not protection. It was fear. And fear solved nothing. The path that seemed easier, distancing, pretending, ignoring, ended up being the most painful because they had to live with the absence, with the doubt, with the feeling of leaving something important behind. And that weighed more than any risk of confessing their feelings. The Magician appears as the awakening of personal power. This person begins to understand that they can act differently, that they can choose not to repeat the pattern of running away, that they can transform the situation. The Magician speaks of initiative, conscious action, someone who decides to take control of their emotional life. They understand they don't have to stay trapped in fear anymore, that they can speak, that they can express themselves, that they can show themselves. And the Knight of Wands brings exactly this energy of movement. Now, it's no longer just thought. It's no longer just suppressed feeling. There is impulse, there is courage, there is a desire to act. They want to go after it, want to talk, want to resolve, want to make it happen. This person no longer wants to live in what if. They don't want to imagine how it could have been anymore. They don't want to watch from afar anymore. They want to live. And this decision comes with a very important acceptance. Accepting what they feel. Accepting who they are. Accepting the intensity of this connection. Because for a long time, they judged themselves for it. Thought they were too much. Thought they were too vulnerable. Even felt guilty for liking you so much. But now they understand there is nothing wrong with that. That feeling is not weakness. That loving is not a mistake. That connecting is not a problem. The Two of Cups reinforces that this connection is not one-sided, not an illusion, not born from lack. It is something real, something with emotional foundation, something that deserves to be lived. And that is why they decide to change. They decide to stop running. They decide to stop denying. They decide to stop hiding. They understand that if they continue in the same pattern, they will lose this opportunity. And that is a loss they do not want to carry. So they choose to act, choose to speak, choose to confess, choose to show the truth. This reading shows someone who spent a long time afraid to love, but who finally realized that living in fear is far worse than taking the risk to be happy. Now they no longer want to sabotage themselves. They want to live this connection the way it truly is, without masks, without running away, without excuses, and most importantly, without fear. And if this reading resonated with you, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your zodiac sign. This person is missing you deeply. When I spread these cards on the table, the energy that comes through is of a heart beating with longing, a heart that tries to disguise it but can no longer hide how much it misses you. The title of this reading fulfills itself in every detail. This person is missing you deeply, and the cards come as witnesses of this profound feeling. The Eight of Cups appears first, clearly showing someone who, at some point, needed to walk away, turn their back, take another path. But this card never speaks of complete abandonment. It speaks of someone who leaves with a heavy heart, knowing they are leaving behind something they could never truly forget. This person did walk away, yes, but carried within themselves the weight of missing you. And now that longing has become greater than any reason that made them leave. The Seven of Swords comes right after, revealing silence, attempts to hide feelings, to pretend everything was fine, to move on without you. But this card also shows that none of it worked, because there is no mask strong enough to hide what the heart insists on feeling. No matter how much they tried to keep it inside, love and longing grew in secret. The Page of Pentacles brings the desire to start over, to plant this connection again, to offer you something more solid, more truthful, more real. It is the energy of someone who wants to rebuild, who wants to learn from mistakes and invest in a new beginning. And beside it, the Empress shines, representing you. This card shows that this person sees in you abundance, love, care, and fertility for a new life. It is as if you are the inspiration, the center, the reason why they want to return. The Knight of Wands appears with vibrant energy, carrying the impulse of someone who no longer wants to wait, who feels the urge to run toward you, to cross the distance and show in an intense way how much they want to be by your side. This is the card of passion, of the flame that never went out, of urgency born from accumulated longing. Next, the Four of Swords reveals the silent moments, the nights this person lay still, reflecting, remembering you, reliving every detail in their mind. This stillness wasn't empty. It was full of memories, full of longing, full of you. The Eight of Pentacles shows that now there is a desire to dedicate themselves, to work for this relationship, to prove through actions that this story can be rebuilt with patience and effort. And finally, the Page of Cups closes the reading, bringing the tenderness of a heart that wishes to confess its feelings. This card speaks of sweet messages, romantic gestures, a love that may even seem youthful, but that is sincere, pure, and true. It is the desire to come closer and finally say everything that has been kept inside, to transform longing into words and actions. And as these cards speak to me, I also see other subtle energies arising. The Rose of Longing, confirming that this feeling has grown powerfully within this person. The Soul Mirror, showing that you remain the deepest reflection of their heart. And the Bridge of Reconnection, a sign that the universe is preparing the way for this distance to shorten and the reunion to take place. What this reading shows is clear. This person may have walked away, may have tried to hide it, may have stayed silent, but the longing never stopped growing. Today, they feel your absence in every detail, in every thought, in every empty space of life. And this longing is so strong that it has become a calling, asking for love to be revived, for the reunion to be inevitable. You are soulmates. Here's the confirmation. When I spread the cards before me, the energy that takes over is almost tangible, as if destiny itself were sitting here in front of us, smiling and saying, yes, you are soulmates. The first card to appear is the Four of Wands, a symbol of celebration, of encounters that seem written in the stars. It's the card of reunions that warm the heart, of moments when everything makes sense and the whole world seems to align to unite two souls. Right after, the Ten of Cups shines like a rainbow after the storm. This card speaks not only of love, but of wholeness, of the happiness that comes from knowing you are exactly where you are meant to be. It's a love that goes beyond romance. It's the love that embraces, that nurtures, that builds. The moon appears, bringing the reminder that this connection cannot be explained by logic. It's the mystery that lingers in the air when you look at each other, the feeling of knowing one another even before meeting. It's as if your souls have already walked together in other lifetimes, carrying memories the conscious mind can't reach. The Eight of Swords shows that sometimes this intensity can be intimidating. There are fears, insecurities, maybe doubts about how to handle something so deep. But then comes the Seven of Swords, revealing that even if there are barriers or circumstances trying to hide this truth, it remains alive, pulsing in the depths of the heart. The Knight of Swords comes as an impetuous force, a sudden decision, a swift movement that breaks distance. It's the impulse to say what has been held back, to act so love doesn't slip away. And when I see the Two of Cups, it's as if everything around falls silent, because this card is the perfect translation of the union between souls. It's the meeting that heals, the look that says, I recognize you, the embrace that dissolves all fear. The Ace of Pentacles emerges like the seed of something solid, something that not only enchants, but is built on firm ground. And finally, the Fool appears smiling, reminding us that when love is true and one soul recognizes the other, It's worth taking the leap, to risk, to surrender body and soul. This reading is clear. You have not just met, you have met again. And the universe confirms you are and will always be soulmates. I am coming back, and now it is to stay. Spirituality helped our connection flow. The Four of Swords opens this reading by showing a long period of pause, silence, and distance that did not come from a lack of feeling, but from deep inner exhaustion and confusion. There was a moment when everything felt too heavy. Responsibilities, inner pressure, fear of not being able to sustain a relationship, fear of promising something without having the structure to fulfill it. This person needed to withdraw, not to forget, but to survive emotionally. The Four of Swords speaks of someone who went quiet because they needed to recover, reorganize their mind, and regain strength before taking any step. Right after that, the Page of Pentacles appears, revealing that even during this period of silence, there was a sincere intention to grow. This person never gave up on the idea of improving, maturing, and learning how to handle their life in a more responsible way. The Page of Pentacles shows someone who was quietly planting seeds, slowly resolving practical, financial, and emotional matters, even without knowing exactly when everything would finally align. There was effort, there was trying, there was desire. What was missing was the final alignment. That alignment began unexpectedly with the Tower. Here, the Tower does not come only as a fall, but as a necessary rupture. Something happened suddenly. Something changed drastically. Something collapsed so that the new could emerge. It may have been an unexpected opportunity, a solution that appeared out of nowhere, or help that arrived when everything felt impossible. The Tower shows that life intervened forcefully to break the blockage that was preventing this person from moving forward. What was stuck was forced into motion. What was stagnant was shaken. It was uncomfortable, but liberating. With this rupture, the Four of Wands appears, bringing the energy of foundation, structure, and stability. This card speaks of home, safety, grounding, and belonging. Here it shows that this person finally managed to create a solid base for themselves. What was once unstable is now beginning to settle. The Four of Wands indicates that this person realized that true emotional safety is not found in isolation, but in building something real alongside the one they love. And that place is with you. This card shows the desire to return, to reconnect, to rebuild a safe space together. At the center of the reading, the Lovers appear, confirming that love, choice, and true connection always existed. This card shows that the doubt was never about feelings, but about capability. This person always knew there was a deep bond between you, but did not feel ready to fully choose. Now, the Lovers appear as a conscious decision, no longer indecision. It is a choice for love, for partnership, for life together. A choice for you. The energy is completely renewed with the Fool, indicating a fresh start free from old burdens. This person feels that now they can allow themselves to live this connection without fear, guilt, or self-sabotage. The Fool shows that they are ready to take a leap of faith, trusting that what has been rebuilt within them is enough to sustain this relationship. There is lightness here, courage, and a desire to live something real, even without controlling every detail. Soon after, the reading gains strength with the Wheel of Fortune, making it clear that none of this happened by chance. The wheel shows that destiny stepped in. What seemed like delay was, in fact, preparation. The waiting time the difficulties, the distance, and even the unexpected solution that appeared are all part of a greater plan. Spirituality moved invisible pieces to align paths, resolve blockages, and create the right opportunity for this return. The wheel confirms that the cycle has turned, and now everything flows in favor of the connection. Then the sun appears, illuminating the entire story. This card brings clarity, joy, confidence, and truth. The sun shows that this person now sees everything clearly: what they feel, what they want, and who they love. There are no more inner shadows, no more confusion. There is happiness in the idea of returning, hope for the future, and the certainty that this love deserves to be lived. The sun indicates that this reconnection comes with lightness, transparency, and genuine joy. And closing the reading with strong spiritual force, Judgment appears. This card is the final call, the summons of the soul, the moment when it can no longer be postponed. Judgment shows that this person feels that the time has come to act, to speak, to return, to commit. There is a clear spiritual calling here, saying that this connection needs to be lived in this lifetime, that there is still something important to be built between you. Judgment confirms that this return is not only a human desire, but a response to a higher calling. This reading reveals that the distance was a process, not abandonment. The Four of Swords shows the necessary pause. The Page of Pentacles shows the silent effort. The Tower shows the unexpected intervention. The Four of Wands shows the stability that was built. The Lovers show the choice for love. The Fool shows the fearless new beginning. The Wheel of Fortune shows destiny in motion. The Sun shows clarity and happiness. Judgment confirms the spiritual calling. This person is coming back because now they can, because now they have structure, because now they have clarity, because spirituality helped remove the obstacles that were blocking this reunion. They return knowing that you deserve stability, truth, and presence. They return because they understand that this connection can no longer be postponed. They return because the universe opened the path, and this return happens not only by will, but because spirituality decided that this love still needs to be lived. And if you enjoyed this reading, leave your like on the video and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with all the updates for your sign. Your love will confess their feelings to you, and you will decide whether you accept it or not. This reading begins with the Knight of Wands, bringing a very intense energy of movement, showing that this person is no longer in a phase of doubt, waiting, or silence. There is an emotional impulse here that has reached its limit, a desire that has grown so much over time that it can no longer be contained. The Knight of Wands indicates someone who, even after holding back for a period, now feels an internal urgency to act, to take a stand, and to express everything that has been kept inside. It is not entirely impulsive in an immature sense, but it is a movement that comes from an accumulation of feelings that can no longer be ignored. This person realizes that staying silent is becoming more painful than taking the risk of opening up. The Nine of Cups reinforces that this feeling is not superficial. There is a very strong emotional desire, an inner satisfaction when this person thinks about you, a sense of fulfillment directly connected to this bond. This person sees you as someone who represents what they want to experience, someone who brings joy, emotional pleasure, lightness, and a kind of happiness they have not found in other experiences. The Nine of Cups shows that you hold a very important place in this person's emotional world, not as just another possibility, but as someone they truly want by their side. And it is exactly this emotional certainty that begins to drive their actions. The King of Cups appears, showing that despite the intensity of the Knight of Wands, there is emotional maturity behind this decision. This person is no longer confused about what they feel, no longer trying to figure out whether it is real or not. There is clarity, depth, and awareness of the importance of this connection. The King of Cups indicates someone who has learned from the past, understands the value of feelings, and no longer wants to act in an immature or unstable way. This person wants to express themselves with truth, with care, but also with sincerity. There is a balance between emotion and responsibility, which makes this confession meaningful and genuine. The Chariot appears as confirmation that this person has made a decision and does not intend to go back on it. There is direction, focus, and determination. This person understands that they need to act, that the time has come to leave inertia behind and do something concrete regarding this connection. The Chariot shows that even with fear, even with the possibility of rejection, they no longer want to be guided by that fear. Instead, they choose to face it and move forward. There is an active stance here. Someone who wants to take control of their life rather than let circumstances decide for them. This reading shows that this person went through a period of holding back, where they kept their feelings inside, observed, thought, and tried to control what they felt. But that control has reached its limit. The Knight of Wands makes it clear that the accumulated feeling needs expression, needs movement. The Nine of Cups shows that it is not just physical or momentary desire, but something that brings deep emotional satisfaction. The King of Cups confirms that there is maturity and awareness in this feeling. And the Chariot shows that now there is decision and action. This person understands that there is risk. There is the possibility of not being reciprocated, the possibility that you may not accept, the possibility that things may not turn out as they hope. But even so, they prefer to face a real answer rather than continue living in uncertainty. For them, not knowing is more uncomfortable than facing any outcome. There is emotional courage here that comes precisely from the intensity of the feeling. This reading also shows that this person wants to be honest with you. They no longer want to hide, pretend, or act as if nothing is happening. There is a need for clarity, to put everything out in the open, to allow you to know exactly what exists inside them. And from that point on, they understand that the decision will no longer be in their hands, but in yours. The Chariot makes it clear that their part will be done. They will act, speak, confess, and take a stand. But the outcome depends on you. This person recognizes this and accepts it because they understand that a real relationship requires choice from both sides. It is not enough for one person to want it. There must be reciprocity. This reading speaks of a turning point, a moment when silence gives way to expression, when doubt gives way to action, and when feelings stop being hidden and are finally acknowledged. This person no longer wants to carry this alone, no longer wants to live only in the realm of possibilities. They want to turn feeling into reality, even knowing that it involves risk. And from the moment they take this step, the energy changes completely, because now you will have clarity, you will have information, and you will have the ability to consciously decide what to do with this connection. This reading is not just about a confession. It is about openness, truth, and an invitation for something to finally move from the emotional realm into real life. And if you liked this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on all your signs' energy updates. The first cards that fell in this reading already brought an energy of tension between wanting and doing, between feeling and acting. The opening card was the Path with Two Doors, showing that this person has been living divided between two worlds, two desires, two wills. And that's what makes you feel like you're in second place? And, in a way, you are. Because when someone doesn't choose clearly, they end up pushing true feelings into an emotional drawer. Right after came the Empty Throne, a card that represents exactly that feeling of absence, of waiting for someone to occupy a space that's already yours but remains unclaimed. You feel that, don't you? That this person talks, shows affection sometimes, but doesn't truly commit to what you mean. And that hurts, because it's not a lack of love. It's a lack of action. And to be loved without being a priority hurts. The Foggy Mirror appeared next, and it talks about how you've been seeing yourself in this relationship. Sometimes you wonder if you're exaggerating, if you're seeing things that aren't there. But the cards confirm, your intuition is right. You've been giving more than you've received. You've offered presence and gotten absence in return. You've given your all while waiting for reciprocity. And this needs to be looked at with honesty. Then came the pendulum of indecision, bringing confirmation that this person is inconsistent. Sometimes they come close, sometimes they pull away, sometimes they make plans, sometimes they vanish. It's not out of malice, but it's also not fair, because those who truly love find a way to show it. Those who really feel make space, and you deserve more than emotional crumbs scattered in occasional moments. The Ignored Garden was the next card, and its image is powerful. It shows that something beautiful is being neglected, and that something is you. You've offered care, attention, presence, truth, but instead of being cherished, you've been postponed. And the problem with postponing is that time charges interest. The soul charges. And one day, what was a flower gets tired of waiting for the right water. Next came the broken thread of priority, showing that you were once the center of this person's thoughts. You had that space, but something happened. Maybe it was routine, maybe someone else, maybe just fear of surrender. And then, instead of keeping you as a priority, they placed you on an emotional shelf. There, in sight, but out of reach, as if you were still there, but no longer being lived. The always empty chair brought an important sign. You are missed. Even if this person doesn't say it, even if they try to pretend everything's fine, the absence of your warmth, your attention, your presence, it weighs on them. And in certain moments of silence, you are the one they think of. But thought alone isn't enough, because love that doesn't act doesn't fulfill. Then came the stalled clock, representing that time is passing and this person remains still. And while you wait for a decision, a gesture, a clear word, they watch life go by. Maybe out of fear of making a mistake, maybe out of complacency, but prolonged silence is also an answer. And you need to understand, being an option was never your role. Closing this first part, the door that only opens from within appeared like a whisper from the universe. The choice to become a priority starts with you, because when you choose yourself, value yourself, recognize yourself, the other person feels it. And if they don't understand that now, the universe will reorganize everything so you are honored as you deserve. The card that opened this second part was the invitation never sent, an energy that shows this person thinks about including you, prioritizing you, but doesn't act. They stay in the realm of intentions, of almost, and that drains you because you feel like you could be living beautiful moments with this person, but instead you wait for them to make a move, and that wait turns into pain, into doubt, into emotional exhaustion. Next came the wheel that turns without moving, showing that this story is stuck in repetitive cycles. You give chances, you believe, you wait, but the promises don't come true. The conversations repeat, and despite all your effort, you're still being treated like someone who can wait, like someone who'll always be there, no matter what they receive. And that is not balanced love. The silence after the plea appeared next, representing that moment when you've already said everything. You've explained, you've shown, you've opened your heart, and now you feel like any new word would just be repetition, because what's missing isn't understanding. What's missing is reciprocity, is decision, is movement. And the silence after your openness speaks more about their absence than about you. Then came the emotional scarecrow, a painful but important card. It shows that, in some moments, this person uses you as an emotional escape, as someone they turn to when they're lonely, when they need comfort, when everything else fails. But when they're fine, when other options show up, you're left aside. That is not love. That is using your light. The key of the postponed choice came right after, bringing a direct message. This person needs to make a choice, and not just between you and someone else, but between being honest or continuing to hide behind excuses. The key is in their hands. But if they don't use it, the door will close, because you weren't born to be a hallway. You're home, your destination. You're where someone is meant to stay. The pillow that cries alone revealed something intimate, even if this person doesn't show it. There is regret. There is longing. There is a desire to do things differently, but they fight against it. Fight against what they feel, maybe out of pride, maybe out of fear, maybe insecurity. And in the meantime, you're kept in an emotional drawer, almost a priority, almost the choice, but never fully lived as you deserve. The penultimate card was the torch extinguished by doubt, showing that if you keep accepting this secondary role, your light starts to fade. It slowly dims, and what once was brilliance turns to shadow. You don't deserve that. You're too intense to live on halves. You're too much light to be an option. And finally, closing this reading, came the crown of true love. And it's not about them. It's about you, about how much you deserve to be loved for real, chosen clearly, lived as a priority. Because when love is real, it doesn't hesitate. It doesn't delay. It doesn't put you on hold. True love shows up and stays. It commits, it nurtures, it values. And that is what the universe is preparing for you, with this person or with someone who understands from the start that you were never meant to be a plan B. Reading conclusion. Yes, right now you're being treated as an option, not because you lack value, but because the other person is choosing that. And this reading didn't come to hurt you. It came to remind you of your power. Because when you place yourself as a priority, no one else has the right to treat you as anything less. The first card that jumped from the deck was the Incomplete Circle, and it gave me immediate chills. This card speaks of cycles that haven't truly ended. Stories that may have had a final punctuation, but deep in the soul, remain open. This person still carries within a feeling that something was left unfinished, that something between you two didn't end as it should have. And it's exactly this feeling that keeps the connection alive, even in silence. Right after came the Navigator of Silence, a card that represents someone who walked away not because of a lack of feeling, but because they didn't know how to handle everything they felt. This person went silent because their emotions were too intense, too confusing. And sometimes when one doesn't know what to do with what they feel, running away seems easier. But the heart didn't run. The heart stayed with you. The next card, the Invisible Thread, brought a very strong spiritual energy. There is a bond between you two that hasn't been broken. Despite time, distance, or new paths crossing yours, this thread remains. You know when you think about the person and suddenly they appear in a dream, or when you feel a sudden, inexplicable longing. Those are signs that the bond is still alive. And that's something the universe honors. Because this isn't just any connection. It's rare. It's ancestral. Then the deck revealed the Mirror of Destiny, a powerful card. It shows that in some way, you're reflecting one another. Both of you feel, both of you think, both try to move on, yet always look back. And that is exactly what's creating a favorable energy field for a return. When two souls call out to each other at the same time, destiny moves. It listens. The guarded key came next. It shows that this person still keeps deep down a desire to reopen this story, as if they've hidden an emotional key in a safe place, waiting for the right moment to return and unlock everything that was shut away. They might even try to hide this from themselves, but they can't, because the memory of you is everywhere. Then came the unplanned reunion, and it truly moved me. This card shows that the return may happen unexpectedly. Not necessarily with declarations or formal apologies, but through a meeting that seems like coincidence, a contact that feels casual, a message that starts with a simple hi, but carries the energy of everything you two lived. The universe has its ways of acting, and here it's delicately setting the stage. Suspended time was the next card, speaking of stagnation, a pause that seems endless, but it also shows that this pause is nearing its end, that the stillness is about to shift, that destiny's clock will tick again. There is an invisible force pushing this person back onto your path, because what is meant to be finds its way, sooner or later. Then came the Map of Longing, a card from the Spiritual Gypsy deck that shows this person has been revisiting memory places, revisiting moments, phrases, smiles, touches, and it's awakening a deep desire to reconnect. They may not say it, may not show it, but they feel it strongly. And that's the first step toward return. The soul seasons followed, showing that growth has occurred. The one who left is not the same person who will come back. Pain, distance, and time all served to shape, teach, and transform. This person had to go through an emotional winter to realize the warmth you brought. And now, spring is approaching. To close this first part, the card that appeared was the Portal of Decisions, showing that the universe will place this person in front of a choice. And they'll feel, with every part of themselves, that their path still runs through you. The return is in the hands of destiny, yes, but also in the hands of the one who feels. And what they feel for you still beats strong. After the Portal of Decisions, the reading deepened with the card The Silent Voice of Love. This card is tender and profound. It shows that there are unspoken feelings. Maybe due to pride, fear, or insecurity. This person holds on to words that were never said, like, I'm sorry, I miss you, I still think about us. words that weigh inside them, that press on the chest, that echo in the silence. And returning may be the only way to finally free that truth. Next came the Wind of Regret from the Emotional Oracle. This card touched me deeply because it shows this person has reconsidered their choices. They've felt guilt. They've wanted to go back. They've wondered what would have happened if they had stayed. And more, they still wonder. They still question whether they lost the best thing they ever had. This regret is not just in the past. It's alive now. The footprints on the heart followed, showing you've left deep marks on this person's life. These are not fleeting memories. You were presence. You were affection. You were shelter. And that's not forgotten with time. Quite the opposite. It intensifies. Because when compared to other experiences, they realize the value of what they lost. And that's when the desire to return gains strength. The Wheel of Silent Destiny came next, a spiritual confirmation. The return is being woven behind the scenes of the universe. Invisible, subtle movements are drawing you two closer again. Dreams, coincidences, intuitions, these are signs from the spiritual realm. Something is being aligned. Destiny hasn't forgotten you two. The cycle is bringing you back to the meeting point. Then came a powerful card, the Lighthouse in the Darkness. This person still sees you as an emotional guidepost. Even with no contact, even with past wounds, you still illuminate a part of them. You still represent emotional safety. The memory of what you shared is a light that never went out. In hard moments, they think of you, how you made everything lighter, how your love felt like home. The next card was the Garden of Possibilities, one of the most beautiful in the reading. It shows that despite everything, this story still has fertile ground to bloom. There's still space for a new beginning, for conversation, for rebuilding. But it requires courage, honesty, surrender. And this person is starting to consider that more maturely and consciously. The desire is no longer fleeting, it's becoming a plan. Then came the Untied Knot, a very clear sign of reconciliation, of things being resolved, of resentments turning into understanding, of silences opening into dialogue. It's as if all the energies blocking the return are beginning to loosen, one by one, as if the universe is saying, now it's time, and their soul is listening. The touch of living memory closed the reading with a soft yet overwhelming energy. It shows that the return won't be just physical. It will be emotional, spiritual. It will be moved by the memory this person keeps of you, your gaze, your care, what you were together. That memory hasn't died. It's become a guide, a compass, and it's leading this person back to the path of your heart. So, yes, the cards speak clearly. The return is part of your destiny. It is being prepared. It is in motion. The reunion is written. And when it happens, it will feel like no time has passed. Because true love never gets lost. It only waits for the right time to bloom again.